Uh,
August 9th, 2024. The police department in Green Township, Ohio, receives a chilling 911 call.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. I live at 3365 Palm Hill Lane, and my neighbors down the street, it looked like somebody ran out the yard. They were on the porch yelling help. It looks like a man was stabbing a lady and just dragged her body
what?
back inside her house.
The cops rush to the scene to find a man lying bleeding on the porch.
What happened, man?
Interesting.
Is your wife here too? Was she attacked? Where is she stabbed? Robert 50 out, 2 victims.
75-year-old Barbara Mortimer is lying unresponsive on the floor, covered in blood. The man on the porch is her 75-year-old husband, Tom, who's survived the attack, a widower. They're an old married couple living on a quiet street and enjoying their retirement together. So how did it end like this? Is this a burglary gone wrong? Or could it be something else?
No, I know something's wrong here.
Okay.
I know something was wrong.
Another officer begins to canvass the neighborhood for other
Hey, man.
witnesses.
So what all did you see?
I came home, got out of my truck, and I heard a lady frantically yelling, help, help, help.
Okay.
I looked around, looked down. I saw she just come out the door. Guy followed her out.
Okay. Do you know who that was?
I have no idea who they
Okay,
are.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
all I saw.
Okay.
And I saw she went down, and the guy over the top of her just doing this.
Okay.
Damn,
And
he did not
went
give a fuck.
inside,
Okay.
And I'm just, for a second, like, did I just see what I thought I saw?
Yeah.
I waited a minute. She didn't get up. I called 911.
911 was the location of your emergency.
Yeah, 3365 Palm Hill Lane. I just called it in. And
Yeah, I'm at the top of the dungeon.
down the street.
Never mind.
He came back out,
Never mind.
yelled something. I couldn't hear what it was. Grabbed her feet, just drug her ass inside.
Okay.
Her head was bouncing off the step. The screen door was smacking her in the head.
Okay.
I was on with the dispatcher. Told them all that. Then he came back out. Had a bag and something else in his hand. Got into his car. I called 911 back. The guy who did the stab is leaving in a Honda. It's gray in color. Gave him a.
There's no way this is actually worth this
Gave
much,
him a
bro.
description.
Okay.
That's when I noticed the old guy walking around. He was walking around the yard.
Okay.
It looked like he was covered in blood.
Yeah.
Tom has a chilling revelation to make.
I'm not sure if anybody talked to you yet, but who did this?
My son,
Okay, and what's his name?
Anna.
This family home has become the site of a horrifying domestic drama, one that's ended in blood. Barbara is dead, and her husband has life-changing injuries. What could possibly drive a son to try to kill his parents?
This is some fellas.
Yo, you have some trash mirrors, huh?
Here on The Decoder, we'll deep dive into police footage to understand
Holy
exactly
junkie
what went
mirrors.
down in the Mortimer house that fateful day, and what led to Barbara's tragic death. Green Township is a suburb of Cincinnati, known for its safety and green spaces. It's a popular place to retire. Tom and Barbara Mortimer, a lawyer and a sales clerk respectively, were looking forward to growing old there together now that they'd both stopped working and their 3 children had left the nest. Their 2 eldest had
What's
given
the
them
point of this
grandchildren
guy?
already,
What's the
while
point of you, folksy?
40-year-old Kenneth,
Folksy,
their
you
youngest,
see your
remained
purpose.
single. And they enjoyed a cordial relationship with their neighbors, who all tried to look out for one another. It's one of these neighbors who calls 911 on the afternoon of August 9th.
Courthouse
Did you
Hospital.
see him?
It's on the same side as my house. Yes, I saw him. He started yelling help. I saw
Why
him
do
leaning
people
over
want
her
Foxy,
on the
bro?
porch. It looked like he was stabbing her.
Like,
He
Foxy
walked
is so
back
useless
inside.
still.
He laid
They gotta
there,
fix it.
and then he just came back outside and drug her body inside.
Okay.
And she just moaned. She was moaning.
This neighbor doesn't immediately recognize Barbara's attacker.
Do you remember what he looks like? White, black, Hispanic, biracial?
He's a white man, probably about 6 foot tall. Looked like reddish hair with maybe a beard.
Okay.
Like I said,
Did
it's
you
like
see the
courthouse
knife
hospital.
at all, or was it just the motion?
That was emotion. He
Okay.
had something in his hand. I
Wait,
can't
how
tell
did
exactly
Diana
what it
just
was,
go
but
away? I
emotion.
thought Diana was up for election.
The Green Township Police Department are
What happened?
dispatched to the scene immediately.
Were you stabbed in the side? Where's your wife stabbed at? Okay. I'm gonna go check on her, okay?
Tom is upright and talking, though he's been stabbed 3 times, once each in the head, neck, and chest. But he's concerned about his wife most of all, and it's not looking good for her.
I don't think there's much we can do.
Well, it starts so she.
You want to check her if she's more serious? She may be here away.
Barbara has been stabbed twice in the head and once in the neck through
There's no
a
way I'm
carotid
letting this
artery.
go.
These injuries
Right?
are not survivable, and at 4:15 p.m., she's declared dead. The corporal recognizes a homicide when he sees one, and he has to make sure the EMTs aren't in danger.
You want to help me clear the house? We're in clear the house, Boggs.
I just need some sort of information on her whenever we get it. I'm sure
We could probably run something on the auditor's website. Do we know who she is?
Yeah, Barb.
Barb?
I think it's Barbara.
Barbara?
I haven't ran her out yet, but I got that from the neighbor.
Okay.
You don't see a bloody knife or anything, do you? Oh, yeah, back here.
The neighborhood is rallying around the Mortimers, particularly Tom, who's not out of danger yet.
I'm getting some towels or something to apply pressure.
And to Kenneth Mortimer, gonna be their son. Mortimer, I'm sorry, last name Mortimer.
But he is the killer.
Okay, that's clear on Kenneth Mortimer. Do we know what he is operating?
Do what? Do you know what kind of car it was?
It was I told him
What color?
Okay.
gray silver Honda 4-door.
As the deputy runs to get towels to help Tom, over the radio, his fellow officers discuss their potential suspect. A sergeant, freshly arrived on the scene, has asked Tom who attacked him, and Tom named his son.
I'm not
Damn.
sure if anybody talked to you yet, but who did this?
My son,
Okay, and what's his name?
Kenneth,
What happened?
he just went crazy, grabbed a knife and started stabbing her.
Okay.
Why?
Did he stab both you and is that your wife? Okay, you stabbed both of you? Okay. Where's the knife at now? Okay. Where was he stabbing you in the house?
Chest knife.
Okay.
I need the airway bag.
We get a plate on him yet?
Yes, they put a plate out, assuming that's it.
The dad told me
That's I just.
Why did his son do that though? Like, I don't really
that's what I
understand
was just gonna say,
the point.
Yep.
They're 75 years old. Why are you just going killing them? What the fuck could they have done to you?
I just
For
want
you
make
to
sure
murder
he's
them.
gone.
There's
For
literally
sure.
nothing.
Okay.
Tyler Knight.
Okay.
Cleared the house, and we have witnesses saying he drove away.
Okay.
Tom is taken off to hospital in an ambulance.
Thomas, we're trying to get some vitals and get an IV started on you, okay? Did you check the stab wound on his head?
I see bleeding controlled everywhere. I didn't actually look at it. Seeing active bleeding, just clots.
So he has to pay for this ambulance.
Does he know? You gonna tell him?
With Tom safely in the emergency room, another officer begins to canvass the neighborhood for other witnesses.
Did you hear anything or see
Tom
anything?
came out and he did blood all over him.
Yeah.
What?
And this is about my next door neighbor. I don't know the exact.
What
number,
up,
but his
Bruce?
son just stabbed
What the
him and
fuck
there's
does that
blood
mean?
all over, and he's walking around.
Oh.
I think he said his son was stabbed. Ken is his son's name, and he's got mental problems. I think
Okay.
he's in his 40s.
What the fuck does that mean?
He lives with them.
Did you see Ken here at the
Are you
house?
racist or something?
I think I saw him run around and
Get on GeoGuessr. Is there something there? What am I gonna do in GeoGuessr?
You're Abby's husband, right? Yep, that's me. What's up, man?
You want me, bro?
Were you here? I was taking a nap. Did you pull up your camera footage?
Unfortunately, our camera is... I don't even know if I'm logged in, but I'm a slacker, and our thing's low. So I don't know if it actually recorded anything.
There's also a lot of local curiosity.
I can't say anything, unfortunately, yeah. I can't say anything. It's all an ongoing investigation.
This kind of thing doesn't happen in this neighborhood, and it means attention.
Yes, ma'am.
You know,
Yeah.
Whoever this person is,
I'm gonna destroy you. You know that, right?
saw him plainly. Like they drove right by him standing on the corner. Can you even tell us if they caught them? Because I'm kind of concerned. What if this person is going to come back tonight, since he was an eyewitness?
Yeah, I don't know if they, honestly don't know if they did or didn't, because we've been trying to deal with all this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Because he said he gave him a plate number and stuff.
Yeah,
You know you're gonna get smoked, right? It's so over for you.
We. Oh my.
Ah. Where's the World Championship? When is the championship? 2nd to 5th September. Ooh wee! What's the rewards for winning this, by the way? Okay, what do you want me then? €203, that's not bad. So who's like you? What's the reward for winning this? Is it like 100K? Okay, but you need to add me. Like you need to add me, bro. Bro, I don't know. It's Urban River 238. Is that I don't know. I haven't done anything. What? You can friend people on GeoGuessr? Bro. Who's the guy? Wait, what? Is that possible? Hmm? What? What's gonna happen? I don't know, how does this work? How does this work? There's no music? Hello? Where's the music? I don't know. Wait, what? Oh, this one is so easy. What the fuck? Uh, Was it Singapore? No, it's China. Hmm? Where did you guess? What? What? Where were you? Hmm. Hmm? What? Uh, uh, oi, oi, oi. What's happening here? What? That's Jordan? Why is there so many UAE flags? What? And basically, oh, look at her. Hmm. Do I believe this is close to? Yeah, I don't know. Because I had coverage over here before. Bro, how close were bro? Ah, I'm really gonna look for something. Oh yeah, okay, but I'm looking for something here, cause music volume. I meant to have music on. Where's the music, bro? No. What? Uh, where's the music, bro? Hey. I just have no idea. Huh? Okay. So it's there, but where? Where in there is it? Uh, how do I find this? Is it basically just coverage of frog? I'm just put it there. Oh, boss? Cocktails. Woohoo! I love me some tails and cock. Uh, I couldn't see it. Oh. Well, there is no music. Mm. What did you guess? Bus? Mm, 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 mm. I remember this. This looks like some country. I think I don't remember which stuff. Oh, okay. Actually, it doesn't look like it. Holy buns, there's nothing. Yeah. What the fuck? Greece? What? Mm-hmm. How? Can't you only play one game per day? Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, they made a paywall now, so I don't know. Okay. What? What? Um. Uh. Oh. Oh. I got out. Oh. Oh. Actually, don't know. I could guess there, but I don't think it's there. I think it's actually Ireland or something. Where did we go, bro? What the fuck? What? Did you not go outside? What the fuck is wrong with this guy? What? Okay, so I don't know what country that is. I don't know what country that is. I think it's down there, South America, to be honest. Makes sense. Well, yeah, I knew it was Australia. What do you mean? But Buckley Street, that doesn't make any sense. I know it's Essendon, but that's not a big place, is it? Yeah, I'm cooked. Green card. Hmm? Wait, what? Oh. Mm, mm, mm. Mhm. I know. Okay. Where though? Uh, uh, uh. I don't know where to put this in this country. Well, you guessed it right, see? Oh, you're on top of it. Hmm? You know I can win easy, right? This is absolutely last one. I don't care. Yeah. Yeah. So I know the country, but can I get more info? Ooh-wee. Damn, they got bread. Uh, mm, mm. Makes sense, makes sense. Ugh. Damn, bro, so much sensor. I think I've actually seen this place before. I can tell by the trees. I think I've seen this before. No, I don't think. I don't think it's her, to be honest. Yeah, no. Maybe she both got this shirt outfit there. That makes way more sense. Okay, so weird though. What a nice place. There's no sign. Wait, what? Uh, should we throw a spanner into the mix here? I'm actually not too sure. I mean, I'm gonna guess like. You guess. Where did you guess? Hey, where was yours? What? Oh. It didn't look like America, to be honest, but because I realized later on, because you could see that the road signs didn't make sense. The fudge just happened. Oh, I actually don't know about this one, you know. It's like it looks like Brazil, but I feel like it's not. I'm just gonna guess there. Ecuador. Where did you go? Probably. What? uh, alrighty then. Okay. I work for this company that delivers this. Okay. I feel like, yeah, I might win this one, unless, yeah. Oh, oh, you looked at my screen, huh? You fucking cheater. Wait, oh, this makes sense. Why? How is that Oslo, bro? Sorry, did I roll my eyes out loud? Wait, what is that shirt? Sorry, did I roll my eyes out loud?
Oh God.
We have a lot of information, so
Bro, she got some weight on her, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. I need to actually play. Good night, Bronk.
Okay.
it's just a matter of time. I mean, we're gonna we're gonna obviously work as hard as we can to find them, and it's gonna be quick.
Right.
This includes the media.
Hello. Good. Just stay out of the road for now for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, on the side.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just there's still detectives coming in, so I don't want anyone to get run over.
With Kenneth still on the loose, there's a danger that this case is spiraling out of cops' control.
Like I said, I'm not at liberty to discuss
No, I know.
anything.
I'm not asking.
I can relay that to the sergeant that's on duty.
Statement, but sometimes it could be yes,
Right.
it's this. Yes, it's a stabbing. That's all we're gonna say. Or yet, it could be like the most basic thing.
Right. I can relay that to him, and at that point he can make that decision if he wants to. But
So we can at least tell people at home, we've been out here, and this is kind of what's happening.
It's imperative that the cops notify the Mortimer's wider family before the press do. But it doesn't take long for their daughter and her husband to show up on the scene.
So we know that Tom is out there. We know that he was stabbed. We have kind of an idea of who did it. We're concerned about Barb. She's not answering her phone. This is not me.
Okay, yeah.
Based on what I'm seeing here, I have an idea.
Barb is dead. She passed away.
Their daughter is devastated, but she's also furious, which gets the officer's attention.
Mm.
Please listen. When people tell you that they are in danger, do not.
Her reaction implies that this attack was somehow foreseeable and could have been prevented.
This is not for you guys.
No. Yeah.
The system failed us.
It did.
The system failed us. I mean, there was threats left and right. We have done everything we could to. It's what happened has already happened. You know what I mean? Now we just have to deal with the situation moving forward. What is Bob?
What's that?
Where is she at physically?
She's in the house.
Waiting for the coroner.
There's gonna be a long investigation. So,
Is there more than him involved? You know, today she went all the way to Indiana to attend a seminar about mental health issues. Because they have been seeing bad signs.
It sounds like the family knew Kenneth might be dangerous, but they had no idea it could get this far, and no one yet understands why it happened.
Yeah,
They need to
I
talk
also
to
don't
Kenneth
understand this.
himself for that.
Why
A
they
neighbor
killing a
comes up to the
75-year-old
sergeant saying she
family?
knows Kenneth, or used to know him.
It's me. My friend OD'd in the front yard, I guess, and I stopped hanging out with all of them because I don't want to freaking be hanging out with that. And then I guess he lost his marbles, kind of, when I saw kind around 10 years ago or something, and
Does he have any friends? Like, did he isolate himself from everybody?
like his parents isolated him. Like after Andy passed away, I tried to take him like the thing for his layout and stuff, and his mom and dad wouldn't let me see him. Like they like were like he's not allowed to be around anyone anymore. Something.
The family dynamic is sounding stranger and stranger. With Tom in the hospital and Kenneth on the loose with a knife, it's vital they find him, and fast. Luckily, the neighbor might know where he's gone.
Me, Ken, and the guy that used to live here back in the day always hung out. No one's talked to Ken in like 10 years, but they just said that they found an abandoned car in White Oak or in Mount Airy Forest. The doors open.
Who said that?
The news at Oak Ridge Lodge. This is what my friends just said. My friends live down by Putz's on like down steps, like down that back street. If he's going anywhere, it's to one of those houses.
A corporal drives over to the spot,
shit.
and he finds an abandoned 4-door Honda. Gray in color, just like the witnesses said. It's Kenneth's getaway car. He sends for backup immediately, but it's not necessary. He finds Kenneth nearby, and he's compliant, and already talking.
We read him as right as he was because he was already spilling stuff immediately, so. Okay.
Some of the cops on the scene are familiar with Kenneth. They've arrested him before.
Yes. Hey, I remember you. You remember me on that one night?
I sure do.
I didn't stab my mom. I had a good time when they drove me up to Michigan, too.
I was arrested about a year ago for his Michigan warrant. He had a felony for and he also got arrested for public indecency at Veterans Park.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was about a year ago.
Does he need to be transported, or is he good to go?
I don't know what he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, does he need to go to the hospital, or is he refusing?
I mean, he probably needs a psyche though. He doesn't want us to take him. His injuries are fine.
Kenneth has some minor injuries on his hands, most likely from the struggle with the knife. There's also blood on the front seat of the car and on his jeans.
Alright, my man.
Do you have pro healer?
Nothing. That other guy already checked it, I thought, unless he put something in there. My mom's wedding, maybe, I don't know.
His talk is erratic,
Yes, he did.
and he's angry about something.
If you ass motherfuckers didn't drive me down to that hospital the last week of January, this shit would.
We do have a pro healer.
They manage to get him in the patrol car, where he continues talking. Half the time he's denying the attack on his parents, and half the time he's almost celebrating it. There's something strange going on here, and it will take the corroboration of a friend to nail down the truth. A man named Michael calls the police that same afternoon.
Received a call from Ken Mortimer, associated with the
Another guy's fully locked. This is impressive. There's so many locked-in people. It's possible. Yo. That's good, bro.
Kenneth has confessed, but if he's hallucinating, it won't be that simple, and we still don't know why he did what he did. The officer brings him into the station to be interviewed.
Kenneth, we're going to take you inside, okay? You're good. Now step on out for us.
Wait, what? Is he a trash
While
one?
he's waiting for the detectives to arrive,
I think he's a trash one.
insulting the officers.
Can I please get a glass of water?
Not yet.
Why not? You're being gay. So if I have an alcohol problem, do you guys have to take me to the hospital, or do you not really have to?
You're being gay.
I'm gonna have a seizure around like.
Rosa said you're being gay.
Okay, I mean.
I don't know. You're watching some.
If we get to that
The
point,
day
we'll
a deranged son destroys his life.
call for an ambulance for you,
I don't know.
okay?
I thought it'd be
necessarily.
What?
I mean,
I should have been recommended.
Have you heard of dying in custody because of alcohol withdrawal?
not many.
Not many, so you've heard a few stories about it?
We haven't had any.
Okay, well, I guess this will be the first, because I'm gonna be banging my head against something around. They told me they were gonna make me
If we're gonna cook or
shot
dopamine
pills
receptors, at least we're something good.
every month for the rest of my life.
Or dopamine
And
receptors.
then I went to they drove me
Something
from
good.
the hospital to
Cook your
some
dopamine
behavior
receptors. What do you
health
mean by that?
center, and the judge and the red-haired girl were laughing during my hearing time.
Bro, why is the camp so fucking ass?
Behind me is James. So we're gonna move to another room, okay?
Bro, are you even alive? Yeah.
Blake, you mind not talking from the bar? We're gonna put the handcuffs back on him real quick. Moving to the room.
Yo, DC.
The other room won't cuff you.
Why the fuck did he get disconnected? What happened?
Invega is an
Are
antipsychotic
you
drug,
okay?
but the cops suspect there's more
Yes.
behind the attack
What?
than Kenneth's psychiatric history. And that's exactly what the detectives sitting down with him in the interview room want to find out. They start with some basic introductory information, getting him comfortable.
And you're still living on Palm Hill?
Bro, he's actually such a dickhead. This guy is a dickhead. Look at him.
What's a good phone number for you, Ken?
513-614-3489. Why are you asking me what my phone number is?
Well, because I need
21, bro.
and I'm gonna ask some other questions.
Why did he
I don't mean
leave?
to be offensive, but we just have to ask.
We lost a good healer, I guess.
So, did you finish high school? Did you graduate? Yeah. Did you go to college?
I feel like he's way worse than the older healer we had.
An associate's or a bachelor's or anything?
Yeah, that's right.
Yo, mage.
So, how
Yeah.
long have you been living with mom and dad?
Do we have a mage?
Since on and off, pretty much for 25 years, but I've been living there.
Bro, mage is so unserious.
15 pretty much is when I moved back in.
Did you ever, I mean, have you moved out to another apartment or anything like that? Where do you work?
I don't work anywhere.
Have you ever, where was the last place you worked?
Well, he doesn't work?
I worked for DoorDash for 6 months last year.
Okay.
That's all?
That was your only source of income?
Yeah.
How are you, like, paying the bills now, or?
I don't have any bills. They just buy my food and buy me just my food and my gas and stuff.
Okay, so mom and dad support you financially with, how do you pay for your car?
I don't. Well, why are you asking me this?
Well, I'm just trying to, I don't know you, Ken, so I'm just trying to get to know you a little.
I don't care. No. Don't try to get to. Let's skip that part.
Okay.
Just don't try to get to know me.
Well, what do you want to talk about?
What else do you want to talk about?
Well, obviously you had a rough day, and I'm trying to get to
What?
understand why
What
you
is he?
had such a rough day.
What's
I
happening?
don't care. I spent 5 months in a psychiatric hospital in Michigan in 2022.
Okay.
So I don't care about anything.
Okay. What were you in there for? Is that why, just because you don't care about anything?
Because the judge didn't like me and he found me incompetent to stand trial. He just didn't like me.
So you had been arrested in Michigan?
Yeah.
What were you arrested for?
I pulled up to some lady and hit a little dent in her car and told her to suck my goddamn. And she said, "Lick my motherfucker."
He has a criminal record for assault, and he's previously been charged with public indecency too.
I spent 7 months in jail and 5 months in a hospital.
What the fuck?
12 months in Michigan.
Yeah.
And when you came back to Ohio in 2022?
The end of 2022, yeah.
Okay, and you moved in immediately with mom and dad?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Person sucked my dick and she said lick my pussy.
how have you been getting along with mom and dad?
I don't see why it matters. I don't know why you're saying that.
Because, like I said, I'm trying to understand the situation.
I don't want to. You don't need to understand the situation. Everything happened. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to know why you want to know why.
This stint
Is
in a
he good,
Michigan
bro?
hospital is what he was talking about when he was arrested. The thing he blames for what he did to his parents. But now he's denying there was a reason at all. He does tell them about the stabbing, however. He says he attacked his father first.
Where was Dad when that happened?
He was sitting on the couch.
So your dad was on the couch when that happened?
Yeah.
And then what about mom? What was mom doing when that happened?
Are we
She,
queuing
I
for
was standing,
legit
she
here or
just stood
unlegit?
up and she went, ah. I guess I just
Bro,
stabbed her.
why
I
is he
don't really
sounding
know.
so
She just started going
unserious
inside.
when he
And I
says that,
just
bro? You just
started stabbing her.
explained
As soon as
their
my dad
parents freaking
just
out
kept on sitting
like
down.
that.
So your dad stayed on the couch and your mom tried to go outside, or did she get outside?
She got outside and my dad just stayed sitting on the couch.
Okay. And where'd your mom go when she got outside?
She just didn't make it down the steps. She was just on the front porch.
Did she come back in, or did you?
I dragged her back in.
Okay, so you dragged her back into the
Oh
house.
man.
And then what was your dad doing at that point?
He was still sitting on the couch.
So
And I think at one point he got up and started walking to the back door and he started saying, "Stop." He said, "You're killing me. Just stop, please." He said, "I'm begging
Yeah.
you, please stop." And I was just like,
what did you stab your mom and dad with?
What do you mean? I
the
was just
biggest
like,
bunch of
bro,
knife in the
this
house.
is pretty
What would you
alarming.
say the biggest about how long was it?
It was like that long.
Okay. Was it like a bread knife or a?
No, it was a big knife. It was a big, long knife.
Where is that knife now? Do you know?
I don't know. It's probably sitting at my house unless you guys took it as evidence.
It sounds like this was a crime of opportunity.
You thought about doing this stuff before?
What?
Have you thought about hurting your mom and dad before?
No, I'm not answering that question.
Mm,
I'm just not.
Have you thought about hurting yourself before?
I'm not answering that question either.
Have you ever thought about hurting anybody else?
I'm not answering that question.
Why won't you answer those questions?
I'm just not.
You gotta be a reason.
No, there's not a reason.
So did you know, or do you know that it's wrong to stab your dad?
yeah, do you know that?
Anymore, they're just stressing me out.
Well, let me ask you about that. So that were they are they nagging you to get a job or to do
No,
that?
they don't nag me to get a job. I was applying to get Social Security benefits.
This is beginning to sound like a motive. That, on moving back in with his parents at 40 years old, all three adults began to chafe at each other.
What was her main complaint with you today?
I cut up the shower curtain because the sound of the shower was stressing me out, so I cut a piece off, and then I had to use a towel to put outside the bathtub, so because water was leaking down. And she found a towel with a pretty soaked heavy towel, and she got upset.
Okay. When did you cut the shower curtain?
What did he cut the shower curtain?
A few weeks ago, I've been putting the towel down to stop the water from getting on the floor outside the bathtub.
And then she's been kind of on you about that for the last couple weeks.
No, she just found out today that that's what I was doing, and she just got upset and was furious, and she went out to, I guess, buy a shower curtain at Target or Walmart or something.
How long was she kind of griping at you and yelling at you today about it?
I don't know, probably for like half an hour.
Yeah, and after half an hour of that, you got pretty mad?
I don't remember, I just left.
In the Mortimer house, tensions were rising.
When did you leave?
I don't remember. I just left a couple times.
Bro, he is so fried.
I bought a couple beers and
Would he be found not guilty due to insanity, or is he just cooked?
I drove back to the house.
Because in my opinion, he's still, of course, guilty. You're always guilty, you know.
Well, I want to know what happened today, is where we're going.
I told him to shut up. I told him just to shut up. They were just blabbering about something on the credit card statement. And I just told them they weren't talking about anything. I told them to shut up. And then my mom said, "You need to leave." She said, "You're not staying here tonight." She said, "Go find a park bench or something." I told her to just shut up again. And
he's such a dickhead. Oh, he is such a dickhead.
they were just sitting on the couch. And
Why are you saying this to your 75-year-old parents? What the fuck is wrong with you?
she just said, "You're not staying here." I told her to shut up. I told her to shut up again. And then my dad said, "Should we call the police?" And my mom said, "The police aren't going to do anything. We need to call the crisis unit." And I just grabbed a knife, stabbed my dad in the fucking head.
So why didn't you want them to call the crisis unit?
Because they're stupid. What do you mean? They're fucking stupid.
The crisis unit is?
Yeah.
You haven't had any luck dealing with those folks?
I wonder why they wanted to call them. It seems like a good reason for them to call them.
I'm sympathizing with you. I can't understand, you know, how you feel. That's why I'm trying to get at how you feel and what set you off today.
I just told you they were picking up their phones to call the crisis unit, and that was the last straw. I had to stay in the hospital, and the first time it was ridiculous, and the second time it
But it
was
seems like
more
you might have
ridiculous,
needed
and
it
then
though,
the
because
third time it was a joke, and then the fourth time it
this
was
ended up
Florence,
happening.
Michigan, which was just boring, and then it was the fifth time, which they called the crisis unit on me, and
Kenneth might be on antipsychotics, but he wasn't delusional when he stabbed his parents. He just didn't want to be locked away in hospital again.
And you didn't want that to happen again today?
yeah, there was no way. I was dealing with another psychiatrist. I was not dealing with another psychiatrist, and I had an alcohol problem, and
Isn't this Me Too's
drink tonight. I needed to
surgery on a higher level than this?
Detectives step out of the room for a moment, and when they return,
Or Kata?
Kenneth keeps talking.
This is why all this is happening. You guys made me deal with
I wasn't here around. Wait, what happened, right?
psychiatrist in the first week of February. This would have never happened. I just told
Mm.
you I have spent too many times in a hospital, and that was it. I could not go back to the hospital that night. I had to drink vodka at all costs, and if that meant stabbing her to death, that's what happened. So
But
what? That's it.
but now you're in jail for life, so why does that get you anything?
Did you know it was wrong to stab your mother to death?
I don't want to talk about that. I don't care. I don't want to talk about that.
Holy shit. Holy shit. He doesn't care?
Do you love your mom?
I just told you. I have a feeling you guys are just gonna start getting so weird on me. I just could not stand her. I really had a connection with her until she started to act like she was gonna kill herself, and that was it. She acted like she was gonna kill herself last April or May, and then that was it.
What Kenneth fails to understand is that
What?
his own unstable situation could have driven his mother, who loved him, to the brink. And,
Yeah.
as her son-in-law said, the system was failing them.
She said, you need to go find a park bench
Mm.
tonight. You're not staying here. I told her to shut up again. And then
But yeah, if you're getting thrown out of the house, you should probably accept
my
that.
dad suggested to call the police. And my mom said they're not going to do anything, just call the crisis unit. And that was it. I just grabbed the knife. And that's it.
After you grabbed the knife, do you
Crisis
recall
unit, I
exactly
mean,
what happened?
I don't understand how you getting threatened with them calling the crisis units makes you kill them though.
And then mom
At the
got a
same
call from
time,
someone outside.
I
Did you
kind of
stab her on the
understand
front
his
porch?
point, but the way he went about it, I mean, yeah, you should not have killed them. The fuck?
All right, Ken, we're just trying to put it all together so we can understand. All right? It's hard looking from the outside in. I understand, you know, you've been dealing with this for a long time. So it's built up for you. We've been dealing with, you know, this for a few hours, meaning, you know, we don't know you from anybody else. You're the only one here that we can get these answers from right now. That's why we're trying to do this, okay?
But Kenneth seems to be done talking. They take
He's
samples of
talked
his
enough
DNA
though, let's
and
be
the blood
honest,
on
bro.
his
He said
clothes and
everything.
hands, and then he's taken away to be booked.
Alright, my man. Gotta buckle you back in again.
Ken, at this point, you're under arrest for murder, attempted murder, and felonious assault, okay? That's what you're going to the Justice Center for. All right?
In the cruiser, he continues to insult the detectives.
The fuck is this?
Stand against the gray wall.
Oh, he is such a demon, bro.
His vitriol is directed at everybody, including his parents.
He's so
whom
straightforward
he's blaming for the
and doesn't
attack.
care. What?
Who's getting stabbed to death and doesn't
They're 75-year-old people, bro. They're not that strong anymore, bro.
But after being stabbed by his son, who he'd spent so long trying to support and protect, maybe the shock was too great for Tom Mortimer. He could only watch as Kenneth murdered his wife as well.
I want to get to some breaking news happening this evening about a Green Township man accused of stabbing his mother to death and then seriously hurting his own father. Kenneth Mortimer was indicted today in Hamilton County.
His bond is set at $2 million, as he's seen as a danger to the public. And there's the question of his competency to stand trial, given his psychiatric history. But late in 2024, he's found mentally competent, and so responsible for his own actions. On August 8th, 2025, nearly a year to the day after the attack, he pleads guilty to involuntary manslaughter, attempted murder, kidnapping, and
involuntary manslaughter?
As part of this plea agreement, the prosecutors
Involuntary?
reduced the most serious charge of aggravated murder. Nonetheless, he is sentenced to a minimum of 45 years in prison,
Oh, okay, no.
at which time he will be 86 years old. But for the Mortimers, this is too little, too late. Their son refused to let them help him and killed his mother with her own kitchen knife for daring to try.
Wow.
What do you think about this tragic story? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Until next time, stay safe, keep up with our channel, and we will see you very soon on The Decoder.
Wow. She's an absolute demon. He was found as a to stand trial or whatever. Oh shit. Just killing your own old parents like that, bro. Right, they were taking care of you at the age of 75. Like, at the age of 40, you should be doing the exact opposite. You should be taking care of them. Like, what is this?
Who are you?
This is so insane to me.
Stop right there. Go ahead and stop right there.
This Idaho state officer is pointing his flashlight at 70-year-old Alan Bruce. He has no idea that the man he just ran into was in the middle of dumping human body parts in a nearby river after murdering, dismembering, and meticulously covering up the crime scene.
Okay, so what are you doing? All right, so you're just trying to keep an eye on stuff then.
Yeah, excuse me for if I got you excited.
All right.
After Alan walks away, it would take investigators days to discover exactly what he dumped in the river, leading them through a twisted maze of misleading clues and
Yes, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Cody Wallace, by the way. I'm Jimmy Morris.
You are currently watching Jimmy sitting alongside his son, John Warnell Morris. In mere seconds from now, Jimmy is about to realize that John is responsible for a terrifying crime.
What is
What?
the relation with y'all? This is my son. We have a person who is deceased, and we have a burn-up vehicle. So we're trying to find out exactly what all
John had murdered his friend, 22-year-old
Why?
Dolan Ryan Blanchard.
Damn, he looks like a gamer.
Would never discover what he had done, but faced with his crimes,
I want you to tell me the truth.
it will only be a matter of time before he breaks, one way or another.
What's your dad's motto?
It's easier to tell the truth. It's twice as hard to lie. So what's the point of lying?
Do you have any questions for him? So I can ask us where I'm going and how many years might be.
It's around 1:39 a.m. on July 17th.
Oh shit, so you kind of just accepted it.
The Bullitt County Sheriff's Department received a chilling 911 call. A man is lying in the middle
I just don't understand why do people not get a lawyer first? Like,
hoping they can still save
can a lawyer save you 100% every single case? Absolutely not.
desperately trying to keep 22-year-old
Or it would keep you away from saying all this stupid shit.
Despite their efforts, the gunshot wounds he had suffered were too severe as he ultimately succumbed to his injuries. As investigators begin processing the scene, they recover
Well, not getting a lawyer, you're not even giving yourself a chance. Unless you're the baby.
used to take his life. Other than that, deputies found no evidence or any witnesses. With very little to go on, investigators are forced to wait. hoping for another lead to surface, and eventually one does.
Mm.
Approximately 8 minutes after the first 911 call, another call comes in, one that shifts the entire direction of the case. At 1:47 a.m., firefighters are dispatched to a vehicle engulfed in flames just a mile from the original crime scene, but by the time they arrive, the car has already been reduced to a burned-out shell. After deputies extinguish the fire and begin searching through the wreckage, they recover a 12-gauge shotgun, the exact same weapon used in Dolan's killing. And when deputies examine that weapon, they discover it is registered to an online friend of Dolan, 19-year-old John Warnell Morris. Now John, who likely knows investigators will make the connection and be at his doorstep within hours, does the opposite of what a typical killer would do. He surrenders and walks into the police station himself, hoping to get ahead of the growing suspicions closing in.
That's not gonna work, buddy.
Instead, it leads to a chilling 40 minutes of questioning and confession.
What is the relation with y'all?
Oh, this is my son.
Okay, good deal. Are y'all familiar with what went on today?
Okay, my friend has been having problems with his brother. He said that they wanted to go hunting so they can bond. They didn't have a gun, so I loaned them my shotgun.
Like who are you
Ooh,
talking about?
you sound so American, my guy.
Yes, sir.
So Dolan's your friend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you loaned Dolan your shotgun?
Yes, sir.
Today or when?
Last night.
Around this morning.
This morning, yeah.
Yeah.
1:30 this morning?
Yes, sir.
So 1:30 a.m. on 7/17. Where did you see Dolan at?
I'm at my house.
Which is?
Okay.
Yes, so he came to your house at 1:30 this morning?
Yes, sir, to pick up a shotgun. So
who was with him?
His brother.
His brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is the type of guy who will never cry. This, that. Think.
Marcus. I remember somebody saying his name earlier and I couldn't remember. Dolan and Marcus came to your house at 1:30 this morning.
Yes, sir.
And you gave them a shotgun?
Yes, sir. It's a 12 gauge.
What kind?
It's made in Turkey. I know that. It's a slam fire. It had a little red dot on it.
Okay. Was it a semi-auto or a pump?
It's a pump.
Alright, so 12 gauge pump with a red dot.
Yes, sir.
A pistol grip.
Yeah, pistol grip.
A pump? Wait, like a really isn't pump the thing in the rapper and double pump, whatever?
It's not house.
On Fortnite?
I'm talking about the gun, I'm talking about the paperwork where you bought the gun.
Paperwork's at the house.
Okay, so we can get that a little bit later and look at that paperwork. Alright, so at 1:30 a.m. They came to your house. How did they get in touch with you? They call you?
Dolan called me and asked if he can borrow a shotgun to go hunting with his brother.
What time did Dolan call you?
He called me at. They showed up at my house at 1:30. 1:30.
Why do they have American flags inside of their home?
1:15 a.m.
What the fuck?
He was already in town then when he called you.
Alright. So he called, wished to borrow a shotgun so him and his brother could go hunt.
Yes, sir.
Alright. And then what happened?
I get a text about. I got a text
Okay.
about an hour and a half.
So far, so good, I guess. I feel like he's already lying a bit, though, but.
From his brother saying his brother was found dead on Minnesota, and his car was burned to the ground at Mill Creek Construction.
Marcus called you?
He texted me, then he deleted the messages.
But your message is still there.
Yeah.
From Dolan's conversation, yeah, but not Marcus's.
How?
But you just said he texted you, letting you know.
He deleted the messages.
Yeah, but
Was it on Facebook?
you still have the text.
So Facebook Messenger.
Yes, sir.
You still have the
Marcus
text.
texted you about 45 minutes
You will still have the text, you fucking idiot. You just messed up.
I called my dad.
Even your dad is calling you out.
I said, we need to have a conversation. I told him what happened, and we immediately came here.
You called me at 2:40.
What time was it?
Yeah, I got it right here. That's what time you called me. Let me know
Okay, it was at
that you just found out. At 2:40.
The murder had taken place around
Huh?
1:25 a.m., but John
No.
didn't call his father until nearly an hour later at 2:40 a.m. Not just because he was panicking, but because he had gone into hiding nearby. Deputies arriving shortly after the shooting, John had no choice but to lay low and eventually make his way home on foot. But once he realizes his story doesn't quite add up, he quickly shifts gears and tries to throw Dolan's brother under the bus.
Did you have a time on there from when Marcus
They sound so American, man.
on the messenger?
I can see. I do not. I don't see him on my Facebook list. Y'all can look through my stuff if y'all would like.
But how can he delete the message once he sends it to you? It should still show up on your phone, right?
Well, it's just like if you text something to me, you can go back in there and delete it. But Facebook Messenger works a little different than text messages.
So it erase even the person I text?
It could.
I ain't right.
I don't know how all of it works either, but so Marcus texted you about 45 minutes ago saying
Just secret to
that his brother was found dead.
Yes, sir. And his car was burning the ground in the middle of Mill Creek Construction.
So where did but when they come to the house, Marcus was with him?
Yes.
So Marcus can verify he come by there to get the shot?
Yes.
Okay.
If he doesn't lie.
Why would he not lie?
In reality, Marcus had nothing to do with Dolan's death. It was John who, after killing Dolan, stole his car, drove it nearly a mile from the scene, and burned it to ashes, believing it would help him evade authorities. But now, as John sits there trying to frame Marcus for his own brother's death, he doesn't realize he's already left too many loopholes in his story, and he is the one in the spotlight.
Oh, he's so bad at blood rushing.
Dolan was going to buy them in 2 weeks.
I actually trash at blood rush. What is this?
No, sir. From who? Gun shop.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. And he wanted to see my knives and my guns that I have, so I did show him pictures of it.
You got a picture of your gun in there?
Yeah.
You got a picture of your shotgun?
It might have a name on it.
Pull it up and let me look at it.
Okay, that's not that. Here's the shotgun. I don't see any writing on the side of it. It's on the other side. That's what it looked like. What it looks like.
Okay, so is this the exact shotgun that they borrowed from you?
Yes, sir.
And it's got Dolan's name up here, so you sent like that picture to him?
Yes, sir. Because you want to look at it before he shot it.
Yeah, so if you'll send that picture, he can give you a phone number and send that.
Yes, sir.
The phone number or email would be easiest for you.
But let's do that in just a few minutes after we get done talking. So Marcus said his brother was found dead and the car was burnt to the ground at Mill Creek Construction.
Yes, sir.
No.
The body was found on Mir Sorrel.
Now, where did he tell you the car was burned?
Mill Creek Construction.
Okay.
Why is it 2 minutes enter? Yeah, bro, I'm leaving too. Okay.
I said at the shop.
It's a bit too dumb.
About your shop?
No.
Where y'all work at?
It's just getting too dumb.
So has Dolan and Marcus
That's. I think it's the mage who's trapped.
No, sir. That's what confused me. That's what confused me.
They don't know. Do they know you, Mr.
No,
Jennings?
I only met Dolan once when he come by that's when you went to spend the night with him, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's the only time I ever see. I wouldn't even recognize him.
What were they driving when they came to see you this morning?
It was a white 4-door car. It was small.
Okay.
I know it's shit. I can't remember what brand it was. Well,
but it was a white 4-door, like car or
small SUV.
Okay. seen that vehicle before?
Not until you pulled up in the driveway. No, sir.
How often do you and Dolan talk?
About 3 times a week over Xbox.
Okay. Because that's what I understood, that he plays games.
Yes, sir.
And so you play games too?
Yes, sir.
What about Marcus? Does he play games?
Every once in a while he will, but they kind of butted heads a little, but they wanted to do something to them to kind of connect better.
Who is they?
Dolan and Marcus.
Right. Who wanted to do something for them to connect better?
Dolan wanted to, so that way they can bond more. Because Dolan hated them fighting.
Okay.
Dolan hated fighting his brother.
So Dolan talked to you about fights with his brother. Is that on Facebook Messenger? Or was that face to face?
That was on Xbox.
On Xbox.
John and Dolan had been friends for years, spending countless nights gaming together on Xbox. Even on the night of the murder, they were online, playing side by side, until John abruptly ended it all with a plan he had already set in motion.
We have a person who is deceased, and we have a burnt-up vehicle.
Yes, sir.
So we're trying to find out exactly what all happened.
Yes, sir.
And you now coming forward, and we thank you for that,
yes, sir,
are a very big piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, he was my friend whenever he told me that.
Yeah. Now, were you friends with Marcus,
No,
or
sir.
just mainly
Dolan?
Did you and Marcus talk other than, him texting you like this?
Me and Marcus talked a few times, but nothing.
They don't have, you're out of yours, but there's your assistants and lieutenants right there.
So mine aren't in there?
No, sir.
All right. I'll go get one. I got some more in the office. I'm gonna give you, I tell you what, to go on my desk. Very, very left side, there should be some right there on my desk.
Yes, sir.
That's Investigator Odom, and it'll have his email address on there. I think it does. Can you see it? It says something Bullet
Yes,
Sheriff. Read Odom at bulletsheriff.com.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you and Marcus talk sometimes?
Every once in a while, yes, sir.
And what kind of attitudes he got? What kind of demeanor is he?
Mainly, he's drunk. So he's kind of Every once in a while, we get into a little bit of an argument because he's just drinking.
Yeah.
But besides that, he's just a chill person that I know of.
And how about Dolan?
He's nice.
Yeah.
He wouldn't hurt a fly. He wouldn't.
But his parents just said that he basically has recently got into firearms.
Yes, sir.
And was interested in firearms. So obviously, with you and him talking about it.
Yes.
Are you pretty educated and knowledgeable in firearms?
A little bit. Yes.
Okay. Let's see, how old are you?
19.
Okay. I don't know if you might have done some military time or.
No, sir.
No, you can go online now and you can find everything you want to about weapons.
Oh, yeah. All right, there's my card right there with my email address down there at the bottom. So, when's the last time that Dolan said anything to you about him and Marcus being in an argument?
He mentioned it to me before he asked if he can go hunting, but he said it happened over a week ago. Okay. But they haven't talked that much since, and he hated it, so he wanted them to go hunting so they can bond more.
Okay. Did Dolan ever say anything to you about Marcus's new wife?
No, sir.
And I understand they live together at their mom and dad's house?
I think. I'm not sure.
Have you ever been over to their house in Scriven?
Twice.
Recently?
No, it's been a long while.
Okay. Prior to this morning at 1:30, what time, what day and time had you seen Dolan prior to this time?
It's been a long time. That's the first time I've seen him in like 2 months, 3 months.
But y'all communicate 2 or 3 times a week on
Yes, sir.
either Xbox or Facebook Messenger.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does Dolan do daily? What does he do?
He didn't tell me that he worked. Only thing I know, he does play Xbox all day.
So you don't know if he's got a job anywhere?
No, sir.
Just tell me some things that you know about Dolan.
I know he was addicted to guns. He loved hunting. He loved fishing.
What would he hunt? What does he hunt?
Duck, squirrel, birds, mainly.
What would they be going to hunt right now because nothing's in season?
I have no idea.
They didn't say. They just said they were going to go.
Yes, sir.
Hunt.
That's what threw me off.
Yeah, I should have thought about it, but I was trying to be nice, but I guess.
What did Dolan have on? What did you see him wearing?
It was a dark shirt, and I think it was blue jeans.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then, did you see Marcus? Did he get out of the vehicle?
No, he was still in the vehicle.
And did you see anybody else with him?
No, sir.
Okay.
It was just Dolan and Marcus.
Was you sure it was Marcus in the vehicle?
Yes.
I'm just asking.
Okay.
Gotta make sure.
And when was Dolan going to return the firearm?
On Monday night.
Okay, tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Because they were going to go hunting today and tomorrow or something.
Yes, sir.
They didn't say where they were going, what they were hunting.
No, sir.
So did you give them some ammunition?
Yes, sir.
What did you give them?
Birdshot.
I mean, like a handful or what?
14 rounds, 15 rounds.
Was it in a bag or just handed to them? What?
It was in a soft case.
Soft case.
Yes, sir. Soft case.
Okay. Was the gun in a gun case?
Yes, sir.
You got a picture of the gun case?
I think I do.
So, question.
Yes, sir.
From what you know of Dolan and Marcus,
yes, sir.
Do you think Marcus would kill his brother?
I don't know Marcus well. I don't know, because the arguments that kind of aggravated me, but that's why I try to stay away from Marcus.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want him to like argue in front of me and me kind of get in between them. Right. I didn't want to. I try to stay away.
Did you listen to their verbal arguments?
No, sir. He just told me that they were arguing a lot.
The arguments that you were familiar with, were they on Xbox stuff? I mean, like send you a message, shut up or something like that, or are y'all verbal?
It was a verbal thing on the headset.
Okay, so you wear headsets,
yes,
and
sir.
you can actually talk to each other while you're playing these games.
Yes, sir.
And you've heard Dolan and Marcus arguing on the headsets. Sir. What would be some of the language? I mean,
all the cuss words.
Yeah. At each other.
Yes, sir.
So Dolan at Marcus and Marcus at Dolan.
Yes, sir.
Was it like they hated each other?
A little bit, but you know how me and Destiny acted whenever we were little.
But they ain't little, son. They grown men.
Yeah, that's true.
For the next 30 minutes, John plays it cool. He carefully redirects questions, avoids direct answers, and holds the story together under pressure. And with no solid evidence tying him to the crime at that moment, detectives are left with no choice but to let him go. But behind the scenes, detectives have already made a big breakthrough. They dig deeper, collecting new evidence and speaking with Marcus. And although the details of that conversation were never released, we do know for a fact that Marcus told cops that Dolan wasn't alone that night. John, in fact, was there with him at the crime scene as well. And that single statement flips the entire investigation on its head. 12 days later, on July 27th, John is brought back in for interrogation, and this time there's no easy exit and no room left to maintain the story.
So, John, it's okay to call you John, like I asked you the first time we talked.
Yes.
I want you to do me a favor.
Okay.
I think you made a statement the other day, and your father concurred. Tell me what he said about telling the truth.
About what?
About telling the truth. Remember, what's your dad's motto?
Okay. It's easier to tell the truth. It's twice as hard to lie. So what's the point of lying?
There you go.
Yes, sir.
Twice as hard to lie.
Yes, sir.
It's really easy to tell the truth.
Yes,
when you tell the truth,
you don't have to remember anything.
You don't have to remember anything that you said because it's the truth and the truth and the truth.
Yes, sir.
Right? So I want you to do me a favor. And let's go ahead and get everything out on the table. I tell you what, let's pull it this way. So we don't have this table between us. Because what I like is for you and I to sit right here, and I want you to tell me exactly what happened the morning of July the 17th. I want you to tell me exactly what happened.
Okay, I'm gonna start on the 16th then.
That'd be great.
Okay, so I woke up, I texted him saying, hey, you wanna play with me sometime today? He said, yeah, sure. He sent me a party invite.
Okay.
We started playing the same game that he went on his because we both got bored. He went on Rainbow Six Siege. I got on, I can't remember what game I was on. But I remember he was playing Rainbow Six. And we just started playing. A couple hours later, he asked me if he can go hunting with his brother with my shotgun. I said, yes, sir, you can. He came up here. As soon as he left his house, he called me. We had a conversation about his AK and how much he liked that. We started talking about Mosin and Dots and the Mausers, what guns we wanted. He came into the house. I gave him the shotgun with the case with the shells in it. He shook my hand, he said thank you, then him and Marcus left.
Okay.
Marcus was in the car. Dolan was when he came out and talked to me.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then move on through Sunday.
Yes, sir. So, I woke up because my supervisor, Josh, we were supposed to go, I was supposed to go help him cut his grass. I kind of forgot about it because I stayed up late that night. But as soon as we got there, we got done with it. We got done with his yard. Then he ran over his little white water cap in his yard. Forgot what it is.
Yeah.
But we had to go to Lowe's. We had to go grab that. We came back. We put it on. About 5 minutes later, I got a text from Marcus saying he found his brother dead, well, murdered, and his car was burned down in my dad's shop. Then we went straight over here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you talk to anyone else on Sunday? On this particular day?
Besides my parents, I talked to Nick and Dylan.
And when did you talk to them? What? Give me an approximate time.
11 or 12.
And what did you tell them?
I didn't tell them anything until the report came out.
What did they tell you when they called you? Or did you call them? They called you. How did y'all talk?
On Xbox.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And what was the conversation you had with them?
Well, nope, they didn't know about Dolan. So y'all told me to play it stupid. So we just act like nothing happened. When the report came out, then they started interrogating me acting like I did it.
So when you say 11 or 12, it was before you went to do yard work?
No, sir, that was after that. This was at like 11, 12 at night.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
And so they started interrogating you.
When they found out that Dolan died.
What did they say?
They just said, how could you do it? Why did you do it? I know that you're the one who did it.
Why would they say you
I
did it?
don't know. They've always been like that. Nick, he's an Idaho. I forgot what disease he's got. He's in a wheelchair. He's slow. And he's always been like that. He's always been like that.
Well, what about Dylan?
Dylan?
Why would he say you did that?
Because Nick, they're kind of gay. And whatever Nick says goes.
Although he holds on to the same story he gave 12 days ago, that confidence fades the moment he realizes detectives now have a mountain of evidence stacked against him.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You just spent 14 minutes telling me what you want me to hear. Now I need you to spend 15 minutes, 30 minutes, however long it takes you to get this off your chest and tell me what happened. John, look at me. Okay? Look at me. Me and you hit off and been on a pretty good step together.
Yes, sir.
Okay? I've talked to a lot of people that have made poor decisions. And we can get through poor decision making. But to continue telling me this story that you're trying to convince yourself is not going to help you. It's going to eat you alive. So get your swallow drink, take a deep breath, and let's talk. Okay? We can get you a water, we can get you another cold drink. I want you to tell me the truth. Okay? So it is 103. Okay? So talk to me.
You want the truth?
I didn't. I want you to tell me exactly what happened. Because
I am the one who killed him. Yes, sir.
And tell me about that, because something must have really went awry. He must have really pissed you off.
You remember that girl Brianna?
Tell me again.
Remember that girl Brianna?
Yeah.
He raped her.
Okay.
Yeah, that kind of pissed me off.
Because you and Brianna are like family.
Yeah, she blocked me.
But weren't y'all on the clan group together? So from what I understand, from what you've told me, y'all were all family.
Yes.
So tell me about that.
Me and her used to be a thing a long time ago.
Okay, so you and Brianna were together.
Yes.
So tell me what happened. Where did they do this?
Sir?
Where's your girlfriend?
Florida. She called me immediately when it happened. Brianna was screaming, and he didn't stop. I knew he was coming over here a couple of days later, so I figured, that'd be a good time to make a plan.
The explanation John gives to detectives may be true, but no public information was ever released to back his claim that Dolan ever did what he says happened involving his ex-girlfriend, Brianna.
So talk to me. Tell me about the plan. Tell me what happened. Tell me how you formulated this.
A lot of overthinking is the bad decisions. Yes. I found that out the hard way.
It does.
Yes. And he wanted to hang out. A week later, I said, okay, we want to hang out. We can hang out. So I said, you want to go shoot some signs? He said, okay. Went to my house. Went up to Old Harvey Road. I shot a sign 3 times. I shot him twice. I backed up. I hit it again because it was still breathing. And then the gun went click. I racked it on a stock that has some holes on it. I grabbed another round, I put it in there, I racked it, and I shot him again.
Huh?
So what road was that on?
It's right in front of the shop. I can't remember what that road was, but that was that road.
So you told Dolan to come over here and go shoot some signs.
Yes, sir.
And so y'all went to this dirt road, and y'all got out and shot some signs. Or you shoot a sign?
I shoot a sign, then I turn around and shot him.
So both of y'all were outside the car?
Yes, sir.
On the dirt road?
Yes, sir.
And were y'all talking?
Yeah, we talked about a lot. We were talking about like Brianna. We were talking about guns. We were talking about a little bit of everything.
Did you tell him?
John had planned the murder for days. Knowing Dolan was interested in firearms, he used that interest to lure him into a trap. On July 17th, both John and Dolan were playing online together when John suggested they meet up to go shoot at stop signs near the intersection of Marla Sorrell Road and Cleto Road. Unaware of John's true intentions, Dolan agreed and arrived, traveling together in the same vehicle. From there, they headed toward the agreed location, where John would carry out what he had been planning all along.
When you knew that he raped Brianna? He didn't know that you knew that?
He didn't know any of that.
But that really pissed you off?
Yes, sir. Because I'm still in love with her, and that kind of... I was raised a coward. And that's how my mindset is. I don't like people raping girls. I don't like people abusing them.
Right.
That really pissed me off.
I can imagine, because that is very low for somebody to do that.
And it's low for me to do what I did. I know it is.
Well, what it is you basically, took the law into your own hands.
And I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. So let's talk just a minute. He came to your house.
Yes, sir.
He drove his mama's car. Marcus wasn't with him.
No, sir.
What's his charge for this? Because
y'all hung up and you went out and got in the car.
I actually believe him.
What did you have with you other than the gun?
I had a case, a gun. The case was full of ammo.
So tell me, y'all went to the dirt road. Both of you got out.
Yep, I shot a sign 3 times.
Shot a sign 3 times.
I had 2 shells in them. I shot them twice. I didn't want them to suffer, so I clicked it again. I right and I clicked it, but nothing fired out. I grabbed another shell, put it in there, and I put it against his back and I shot him.
So he was on the ground.
Yes, sir.
Was he screaming for help?
He did say stop once, but that was it. But I could tell he was still flinching and moving, so I stopped that last round at him. So I didn't want him to suffer.
How close were y'all when you first shot him?
My first shot him, about me
to Odom?
Yes, sir.
So y'all were about that far apart?
Yes, sir. The first time, the second time about me, you.
Was he still standing up on the second shot?
Yeah, it was.
Where do you think you hit him the first time?
Right here, I think.
Okay.
The second time, I think it was right here. I don't know. The time it was somewhere in the back. I think back right here.
Did you walk up real close to him while he was on the ground?
Yes, sir. I didn't want to see him suffering, so I just done it like that.
And then when you did that, where did you go? What did you do?
I drove the car to my dad's shop, poured a bunch of diesel on it and a bunch of gas, and I lit it on fire.
Where'd you get the diesel and gas?
They have diesel tanks over there to fill up the heavy equipment and the 18-wheelers.
Okay.
They have 2 tanks of that at the shop. Then they have also gas cans like that big to fill up the motors on the back of the trailers for the hydraulic lifts.
Right. So you went over there and got the cans. Did you fill up a can?
I put it up to the tank, so I spread it all over it. I put it up. I drove to where the truck is. I go up there, grabbed the gas, and put it on top of it, and I lit it, and I was walking away.
How does your dad feel about this?
So you walked away?
I saw about 3 cop cars and a helicopter. I said, I'm not sticking around for this.
So where did you go?
I walked down.
Tell me which way you left from where the car was burning.
Okay. Car was burning. I went back towards the store. I did see a cop car, but then I jumped in the ditch. It was a Ford Expedition, I think it's called. Expedition.
Okay.
I saw 2 of them roll by.
Okay. Where they had blue lights on?
Blue lights and sirens.
And then you jumped in the ditch. And when they went by, did you go back out to the edge of the road?
Yeah, I did.
And then where did you go?
Where the fuck is it?
And so you used the shirt that you had on
to light it on fire.
And did you put anything on the shirt, or you just lit the shirt? Oh, okay. So
after I poured the gas on it, I grabbed my shirt and I flung it on it and I lit it. I flung the shirt myself in the car and the whole thing just got on fire.
What'd you do with the gun?
Put it in the back seat.
Was there anything else in the back seat?
My case and the rest of my shotgun shells.
What? And they were in a soft case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything else in the back seat other than the soft case and your shotgun?
I'll be honest, I don't remember. My adrenaline was pumping. I just wanted to get out of Dodge.
Yeah. So all of this happened because
he raped her.
When's the last time you talked to Brianna?
Tuesday or Wednesday? No.
Of this week?
No. Same time that last time that I blocked Nick, she ended up blocking me. So I guess she was mad or upset that I did it.
How did she know you did?
I was on the phone with her whenever I done it.
You were on the phone with her when you shot Nolan?
Yes, and set the car on fire.
And what did she say about that?
She was saying thank you.
So she encouraged you to do this?
Yeah.
Did she say kill him?
No, she didn't say that. I figured that on my own.
What did she say?
After I shot him?
No, what did she say while you were on the phone with her during this time?
As she was getting raped, or whenever I was showing.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood. Was she on the phone with you while you were shooting Dolan?
Yes.
So y'all were on the phone?
Yes. She just laughed. I shot him and she just laughed. Okay.
And Did y'all talk about burning the car?
No, I just did that one. She said, "Where are you going?" I said, "Watch this." Put up my dad's shop.
How did she watch? Oh, you had it on video?
Yes, sir.
Whatever you call
Messenger.
Messenger, you can do that on video too?
Yes, sir.
So you showed her the car?
Yes, sir.
Did you show her Dolan on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did she say after she saw the car burning?
She just started laughing hysterically. I don't know why, but every time she sees anything like violence, she starts laughing hysterically.
Okay.
So I don't know.
How about so when were you talking to Brianna?
He wants to get Brianna up in his bed.
When did
You know, he wants Brianna bad.
a week prior?
This couple
It
wants
was in
Brianna.
Florida visiting her, and I got a phone call from her.
A week prior?
Yeah, whenever she was getting and she was screaming and this and that other, but she wouldn't stop. I mean, he wouldn't stop.
And did you confront him when he got back to Georgia on the phone at all?
I didn't confront him. I didn't say nothing about it.
So you didn't want anybody to know what your plan was?
No, sir.
It's surprising how John is so wrapped up in his own moral high ground that he can't see he didn't just take Dolan down. He threw his own life away in the process. And while he thinks what he did is right, that statement changes in a snap.
When did you formulate this plan to kill Dolan?
Every day since he done it, to be honest.
You were just trying to figure out a way to hurt him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Of course, what you did was terrible.
Yes.
You know that.
Yes. I know what I did was very, very, very wrong.
However, now that we're talking about this,
yes, sir.
Can you feel a sense of relief?
Honestly, yes.
What questions do you have for me?
Can I smoke a cigarette?
Yeah, you got one?
I do not have one. That's why I was asking. Like,
yeah, I'll get you one. I don't know what I got, but I'll get you one.
I appreciate it.
In just a minute. Do you have any? Now you said you had these boots on?
Yes, sir.
Or you had your black dingo boots on?
I had these ones on.
You wore those?
Yes, sir.
When you went? Okay. So this story about you walking down the Hardy place.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
That didn't happen.
No, sir.
The story about Marcus being in the car.
That's bullshit.
That didn't happen.
No, sir.
You didn't take any gas with you after you shot Dolan. You just figured, hey, I go to my dad's shop and they got plenty of gas for me to burn his car.
Yes, sir, and diesel. I don't have a long diesel burners because it's oily. All you do is want to stay lit for a long while.
So you soaked the car with diesel and then just put enough gas on it to ignite it?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a lighter or anything with you?
I have no lighter on me.
Is that lighter at the house?
I think it's actually, yeah, it is at the house because I don't have it on me.
What kind of lighter was it?
It was just a lighter. I had a rose on it.
Roses?
Yes, sir.
Just a little small one or the regular size?
Yeah, regular size, but like that.
It's got roses on it?
Yes, sir.
White with
white.
Yeah. With roses?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any more shotgun shells at the house?
12 gauge? No, I don't have any of that. I do have a pair of yellow ones that came from my old 20 gauge, but
you don't have that gun anymore?
Which one?
The 20.
I have the 20 gauge.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. But I can't shoot it. I took the stock off. I was gonna try to put a pistol grip on it.
What the fuck?
Didn't work, so it won't fire without the stock because of the trigger on it.
Right.
So it's just been sitting and been counted for a while.
So let me ask you a question. When you were over at Josh's,
yes, sir.
Who did you get a message from?
Just saying.
You just made that up.
Yeah, I made it up.
And what did you tell your dad to bring you up here? What did you tell him why you needed to come up here on Sunday to tell us about your gun?
I told him that I found Marcus. Well, I told him that
Okay.
I told him that Marcus told me that he found
Yeah.
his brother dead on the road.
That is way too much sugar.
At your dad's shop.
I'm good with that.
And that you needed to come up here and tell us.
Yes.
a sister, Destiny?
Yeah, Destiny.
Who's your brother?
He actually just got out of trouble not too long ago. Roy Jonathan Harris.
And how old is he?
29, 30.
Now he's staying with y'all?
Just until his antibiotics run out. But yeah.
Until what?
His antibiotics run
Oh.
out.
Okay. What kind of trouble did he get in?
He messed around with a female without having protection on. He kind of paid the price for it.
So he's on antibiotics, trying to get rid of
Yeah.
some problems.
Visitor. Yeah.
So, what would you like for me to tell your dad? And your mom?
The truth. I think that they would handle it more than telling a lie, to be honest.
Is your dad in Augusta now, or where? Where would he be right now?
What time is it?
It's going to be 1:20.
Just probably just past Millen.
Coming home?
No, going back up to
Going
Augusta.
back?
Yes, sir. He makes 3 Augustas a day.
What time does he normally finish his travels during the day?
6, 6:30, 7.
Oh, so he works all the way up to 6 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
And your mama doesn't work right now?
No, sir.
Huh.
And you're sure those are the boots you had? Because
Yes, sir.
on the night you...
Yeah, these are the ones I had. I had to clean them up because they were all kind of scuffed up. I mean, they were messed up. So when I jumped in the ditch, it just
Was the ditch
ate them up.
just muddy?
That was mine. And there's a lot of stickers on it, so it kind of got me a little bit. But
Well, let's do this, because you know why I'm going to ask this. Pull your boots off and just set them right over there. The clothes, I know the shirt you said you had on, you burned.
Yes.
What kind of breeches did you have on?
they're actually underneath my lazy boy chair because blood's still on them.
Okay, so they're underneath your lazy boy chair?
Yes, sir. Boom.
And that's in your bedroom or in the house?
In the bedroom.
Under your lady boy share.
They're on this leg, like right here.
Did you kneel down
No, I didn't
or
know that.
anything to tell Dolan anything? Did you say anything to him?
I just did it.
Is there anything that you would like for us to tell his family?
I don't know how to respond to that at the moment.
Okay.
I'll tell them I said I'm sorry for their loss. And that's what I'm going to say.
Okay. Because I know you feel bad.
Yeah.
You feel bad.
That's kind of yumpy right here.
How do you feel like right now? I mean, physically, how do you feel right now? Just crappy.
Is it what you thought it would be?
What?
And I asked that because I've played Call of Duty a million times. You've played.
Whenever I did it, I felt normal when I did it. That's what I was like, oh shit, something's not right. Why do I not feel anything yet?
Oh shit, that's really bad.
I started feeling it.
Yeah.
I started getting paranoid, like, yo,
right.
Started watching over my back.
No, he's a demon. Don't let him out. Oh my god.
What did you think? What did you think when we came over to the warehouse?
Oh, I'm done. Because I already knew y'all wouldn't have done that unless y'all had something on me. I already knew I was fucked. I already knew.
Today or before?
Today.
What about when you came up here the other day when we called you and your dad?
Well, the paper kind of sold it all out about my rights.
But that's today.
Yes.
I'm talking about the other day.
Yeah.
Last Thursday.
I felt normal, to be honest.
Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
So I actually just throw it in the trash, bro. Oh, I feel kind of bad.
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to have to carry you across the street over here to the jail.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to get you looked in on some charges. naturally you're going to be charged for murder. Arson for burning the car up, be a couple other things. But I can't tell you how many years you'll do because
that's the judges and the
right. That'll be up to the judge.
Yes.
And it'll be up to you at whatever point in time when you go in front of the judge to explain to the judge or tell the judge whatever you may want to tell them. And what they'll do is they'll have to look at the whole big picture.
Yes.
And then they'll make a decision.
Since John lays everything out on the table, detectives grant his one request for a smoke.
Easy.
It would likely be his last for the next few decades.
Easy.
You can just stand right here.
Thank you, sir.
It's probably not your brand, but it'll just have to work. Yeah, I don't smoke. You might need to. Oh.
I used to smoke these all the time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Why? Because they cheap. I don't know nothing about them. I keep some in my drawer just for this reason. I mean, you know, just in case, because I know your nerves are shot.
Yeah.
And, you know, if this helps settle your nerves a little bit, then it just does.
But the one thing I feel bad about most is just lying to y'all. Because y'all are good people. You helped me in the past, and I shouldn't have lied to y'all. That was wrong of me. It really was. I should have told the truth.
I mean, it's understandable why you did.
Yeah.
You know.
But still, it's two wrongs don't make it right, and I did a lot of wrongs.
Well, I mean, like I say, I can understand that you felt that connection with Bree, and then when you found out what happened, I'm sure that ate at you too. And I don't know if you felt like maybe that would kind of bring justice for her, or I don't know. Did she ever report it down there in Florida?
She didn't report it. I don't know why. She just didn't report it.
Dang.
Yeah.
But y'all just been friends since then.
Yes.
After he sat there smoking and thinking about the decisions he made, detectives transferred him to a jail, where they had one last question for him to answer.
I've got a question for you. Investigator and I were talking about some things and wanted to see if you'd be willing to ride with us. Go by your house and you kind of give us the direction of travel to the dirt road. Tell us what happened again on the dirt road, and then us drive to the place where the car was burned. You show me where the diesel tanks are and that kind of stuff. Because the district attorney's asked us a couple questions and we're like, well, we're not real sure. So that's going to be up to you whether you will do that.
He agreed to give detectives what they wanted, a clear account of the route taken and the exact location where the crime occurred.
Woo!
Okay, so here's your house.
Well, of course you did it. It's the last time of freedom.
Yes, sir. And then then you came this way? Yes, sir. So coming out of 811 North Main, you came out of the drive and turned left, traveling north on North Main. Yes, sir. And tell me, when y'all were riding here, what was the conversation?
We started talking about guns and what we wanted to do whenever we got over here.
When you got in the passenger seat, he was driving.
Yes, sir.
Did you have your gun up here with you?
Yes, sir. It was right beside me.
Right beside you?
Yes, sir. I had the case and the shotgun shell in the back.
Okay. Was the gun loaded at this time?
Yes, sir. It was. One in the chamber and out of the two.
Okay. And you told Dolan that y'all were going to do what?
Just go shoot some signs.
Okay. So y'all were just traveling down this road and talking about shooting signs and guns. Yep. Anything particular?
No, sir. We just started listening to music.
But this sounds so weird.
Here we're gonna cross Maria Sorrel. Yes, sir. All right. So when y'all crossed right here, yes, tell me what you did first.
I told him to stop. I got out. He got out, and we started shooting.
Tell me about where you stopped.
So I shot that to keep going down about 15 yards.
shot that from the back or the front?
Oh.
Alright, so we'll. Alright, so.
Right here, I want to say.
So about right, somewhere right around here you stopped?
Yes, sir.
Is this where y'all got out?
Yes, sir.
Alright, so let's get out. Yeah, just a minute right there. Open the door for you.
Where's the guy in the back? Who's the gooner in the back?
Shut the door.
I get it. So when y'all got out, let's act like this, my truck is Dolan's car. When y'all
Oh.
got out, did you come to the back or did you go around to the front of it?
Okay, when we got out, I got the shotgun. We hopped out, I shot that 3 times.
From about this distance?
Yes, sir.
Alright, let's walk up here and look a minute. So you stood kind of right in here?
Yes, sir, and I shot it 3 times.
Alright, so let's do this. So you're standing right in here. Where's Dolan standing?
Right beside the door.
Okay, so I'm gonna be Dolan. So I'm gonna stand here at the front of my truck. Right here. So you got out and walked to the back of the vehicle.
I shot that 3 times. He was still standing there. I pulled it up and I shot him twice. He started rolling on the ground. I pumped it and I clicked it. Nothing fired.
So then what did you do?
Okay. On my stock, there was multiple holes for bullets, for shotgun shells, and I had them in there. I took one out. I put it in
Is he
the
shooting or not?
I walked up to him where he was at. Put it right in the back and I shot him because I didn't want to suffer. Okay.
That is such a bad jail outfit.
Well, like back side, like right here.
Was he looking at you? Was he laying on his back?
He was laying like this.
Laying kind of sideways?
Yes, sir. He wasn't looking at me. He was laying on the ground.
So walk to about how far away from Dolan did you shoot him with the first 2 rounds? I'm going to stand right here.
About right here.
So about right there. And was he facing you or was he facing the car?
He was facing me.
So he was watching you shoot the sign. And you shot 3 times into the sign. And then you turned around and shot him.
Uh-huh.
And he fell down.
After the second shot, he fell down. Right. The first shot, he leaned over against his car. The second shot, he was hovering over it. Then he just kind of fell over it.
Okay, but he shouldn't, in my opinion, he shouldn't be cooked. If there's some parts of truth to this, I don't think he should get cooked.
Is that Marcus? I don't know.
His cooperation was noted by detectives, but it didn't change the reality of the crime. After his arrest, Morris was indicted by a Bullitt County grand jury on multiple murder and related charges, and was denied bond in August 2022 due to flight risk and the severity of the crimes. His case moved through Superior Court, where he entered an open guilty plea to all charges, and on March 25, 2024, he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after about 30 years, plus an additional consecutive 15 years for second-degree arson and firearm possession, along with $18,570.15 in restitution. He is currently
not the 15
incarcerated
cents.
with no ongoing appeals or additional charges reported. We hope you enjoyed today's video. 85
Oh.
0941 still trapped in a house.
Inside this burning house is Jeffrey Franklin, a physically impaired teenager, stuck as a
Mm.
freezing inferno consumes him and everything around. As first responders do their best,
I can't break into a lane, we're stuck.
there would be no saving Jeffrey from the flames, with the house collapsing down. But detectives know exactly who is behind this tragedy.
And a house fire is set. That's horrific. You are his mother. I am. So make it make sense.
Jeffrey's own parents, Heather and
What?
Ernest. Together, these two have made sure to burn down evidence of their crimes, along with their son. Now, before they can get away, it will become a race against the clock to make sure that detectives catch on to what they have done.
I had no way of knowing there was fire at that point.
Well, this doesn't go away today. This is just the beginning.
You're the only two there, and we know something's done to him. Now's the time. Now's the time.
On the night of February 28, 2017, in a small rural town in Chenango County, New York, Ernest and Heather Franklin sat down together and watched a movie. The movie was Manchester by the Sea. In it, a father accidentally starts a fire that kills his children, and he walks free because it wasn't intentional. That scene didn't horrify the Franklins. It gave them an idea. Because hours later, by 1:15 a.m. into March 1st, officers would be called to a terrifying sight at the household.
09 Cheyenne. Subject on scene reporting one still trapped in a house. Copy. Traffic 126. Holy shit.
With the home lit ablaze, Ernest and Heather are already safe and standing outside, but their adopted son, Jeffrey Franklin, is still inside the house. Jeffrey had special needs, was deaf, and completely dependent on his parents for even basic movements, such as walking or getting up. Which means that
He's
at this
gonna
very
be
moment,
burning
first
alive.
responders must reach him in time before it's too late.
09 Shango, being advised that there's still one person in the house.
09, you are unreadable. But getting inside the Franklin's mobile trailer is proving to be more difficult than imagined, as one of the
Why did I
firefighters
expect
has
this
an
healer to be
important
locked in?
concern.
This healer is not that locked in.
I can't break into a lane, we're stuck. You know what I mean? I can't. I'd love to. But
You should start
we
cheating,
felt
bro.
The same way we walked it, we ran up here, we're like, oh my god, we had no idea. No. It's hot. Yeah.
It's
The line that he refers to is a charged hose, which is pressurized with
What?
water and is used to fight flames during fires as emergency personnel conduct rescue operations. Without it, doing that becomes nearly impossible, as the flames are far too hot to enter, and if the fire isn't under control, there is a risk the entire structure collapses on top of them as they try to save Jeffrey.
Bro, why is this lag, bro? What the fuck is this
in a
lag?
heavily wooded area with only a dirt path road connecting it, so accessing important equipment is even more difficult. So while they wait for a line to arrive, officers begin talking to Ernest, who is just a few feet away from the scene.
Okay.
And he is innocent?
Phone? Cell phone, we don't get service up here, but
Laughing while your son is stuck inside a burning home is shocking, to say the least. Unfortunately,
Sure.
by the time emergency teams made their way inside, Jeffrey had already passed away. It looked like an accident at first, but the coroner's report soon revealed some disturbing details. It showed Jeffrey was already dead before the fire started, and he didn't die because of it. But due to his condition, the pathologist couldn't determine how exactly. The silver lining here was that it gave enough grounds for officers to bring the Franklin couple in for questioning, starting with Ernest.
But I'm kinda.
I don't know if you met Gary Miller. How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in, Ernest. Gary. So yeah, we're finishing up the investigation, and we had a few more questions. Just kind of wanted to go over things again, make sure we had it all right.
Ernest is too calm for someone who just lost his son. One would expect a parent to be bawling their eyes out, but he's more interested in sharing a made-up story instead.
Well, while we're out, give me the layout of your house. Like, when I pull up in your driveway, and I was looking at the house basically the long way, right? Is that the normal door that you would go in?
The
sliding door on the front side of the porch. That I'd be looking at then? The narrow side. So when I pull up in your driveway and I'm looking at the narrow end of what was your house, there's a sliding door. Yep. Where was that? Left, right, middle? No, it was on the, if you walk up on
why are you crushing on a Nessie?
where you going? Yeah, it was more on the right. Okay. Can I call that the front door? Okay. Just so I don't get myself confused. So when I walk in your front door, then give me a layout of your house from there. You walk into the dining room.
Or this guy should for 7 PB.
Right in front of the dining room was
Dude, I had some crazy heater.
the hallway. Back of the living room was spare bedroom, the nursery. Then back of that was JR's room. And back of that was our bathroom. So from the kitchen, go back was after the kitchen was the laundry room. Then hallway bathroom and our room. Okay. So you talk about working on the nursery. That'd be on the left side of your house. Like the second room back or something? The first room back. First room. When I walk in your front door, you said, I think, dining room and living room? Mm-hmm. Living room on left, dining room on right?
Is there like a way to actually get the good?
Dining room on the right, living room on the left. Okay. Is there a wall between them, or is that all open? It's open. It has a little island separating okay. Living room, dining room, kitchen. But not a full wall? No. Okay. And somewhere in there, you had a wood stove? Yeah, it was right next to the sliding glass door. So in the living room or the dining room? It was in between the dining room. Gotcha. All right. So now we'll go back again. Sorry, you said you probably worked on a nursery some. Yeah, I've been taking drywall off, old nails.
Bro, yeah, if you don't mind the cheating heater though. Cheating heater is kind of fire.
As far as you remember that day, was it down to bare studs all the way around? Or was there's no sheetrock or insulation left in there or anything? On the outside wall. Just the exterior? Yeah, that's all there was. Okay, what about the wiring? It was still there. It was all intact? Yeah. Okay. I didn't do any of that. How about the wall between the nursery and JR's? Did it have sheetrock on it? JR side did. So the one side did. It wasn't like it was open all the way through. Okay, I got you. Yeah, we ordered it.
What does meow mean?
Ordered it, you said?
Meow,
Okay. Did you
meow.
bought any of the other stuff yet? Oh yeah, we had sheetrock in there. We had all the smart heating fixtures, ceiling fans. Where'd you get that stuff from? Lowe's. Mostly Lowe's. Like Norwich or Oneonta or
Lowe's?
both. Wherever we were. Okay, gotcha. I know that is by a little at a time to spread it out. Yeah. So, was that the only room you were doing work on? Was the rest of the house, you hadn't torn any other rooms apart or anything to remodel? Okay. What'd you have for like smoke alarms and smoke detectors and all that? There was a smoke alarm.
For 7 PB.
The lighted one. With the flashing light? Yeah. Okay. That controls his smoke alarm in his room. It was hooked up to
Speed 2.
underneath the sheet so we can look. Okay. On the mattress. Yeah. Does it go under the mattress or on top of the mattress? It goes on.
Wait, how do you get it?
Okay, so on top of the mattress on the sheet. Gotcha. It didn't shake enough if you had it like under the mattress. No, it wouldn't wasn't that powerful. Gotcha. Is that electric then? Yeah. The flashing smoke alarms, are they electric?
Wait, bus?
Electric, okay. They'd be hardwired in. Okay. Were there any other ones? Yeah, each of the bedrooms had their smoke alarm. Were they battery or? Battery, yeah. They were battery. Yeah, all right. As far as you know, they were working?
He seems pretty laid back. I don't think he has done this.
Okay. No, yeah, they take 9 volts.
Now I think about it, I'm not sure the one nearest my kitchen's got the battery in it anymore either because it goes off all the time. So you had the 4 smoke detectors in.
Then we also had a fire extinguisher next to the refrigerator in the kitchen.
Like a little kitchen type one.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm gay. I'm gay.
And you hadn't redone the wiring in the nursery or anything yet. Then that was all what was there when you started. It was all intact.
Yeah, none of the faceplates were off, or it was just hanging.
Okay.
I had the cheap trailer boxes that were already intact.
Right. All right. No electrical problems enter the place. Excuse me.
We have no age. Do you?
I think I remember somewhere being told that your furnace wasn't connected.
This part is actually smart. He's walking detectives through the layout of the house and answering questions. But the problem with this is that the story he gives now is the yardstick which with all his words would be measured against.
If I remember right, it's hard to remember with 3 feet of snow on the ground, but it seems like that was a fairly warm stretch of 3 or 4 or 5 days there, right?
Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it started at night just to keep the chill off in the morning.
So the furnace wasn't hooked up. You hadn't been using electric space heaters at that point.
Bro, there's no heating in front of the jet.
Like during that week leading up to the fire, had you been using the wood stove, or is that the first night you had the fire?
Oh, we used it a couple times.
Yeah. All right. It's real cold. That thing heat the whole house pretty well.
You can get up to 90 in there.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty well. Worked for me. So on a night like that, you fired it up to get the chill out.
Yeah, just keep it off.
Would you fill the wood stove with wood, or half fill the fire?
When we started, we just put half of it in, just kindle in a couple dry pieces.
And that would do you for the night then?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to get it going and then fill the firebox for the night. Okay, not on a sort of warm night. Right. Gotcha.
Did I fail detector? I don't think I did.
Right.
What just happened?
I might still have wood heater. Mine had done that good job.
What just happened? What the fuck just happened?
Any problems with the wood stove?
The only problem I had, the pipe.
It restarted. Why? Actually, why though?
What do you mean by kept on sliding?
Oh, some reason why.
The 5 secret is a lot though. The quality on this is so bad though. Like the video quality here.
I picked up an extension.
Is it vent out the back or straight out the top?
That wasn't for vent. It was for the smoke itself.
That's what I mean. The chimney. Does it come out the back or the top? Right out the top of the stove.
So now there's a possible innocent explanation on the table. The family stove just malfunctioned. When CSIs began looking at it later down the line, they very quickly realized that there was nothing to indicate that happening. There had been no technical malfunctions with the stove itself. What they did find instead was that the stove door had been left wide open, feeding oxygen to a fire that had deliberately been lit inside.
What was Heather doing?
She went to the store, went to Walmart.
Like after the movie ended? Yeah. And was that like around the same time?
Okay, tired. Okay, finally, I got some stuff done here.
Okay. How long then would you say from the end of the movie to?
I'm still in milestone 0 though.
A long time?
No, probably 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. So she left to go to the store. You start the fire, and then what happened after that?
I was gonna go let my 2 inside dogs out one at a time. We'll both get out. They take off forever.
Yeah.
They go up to the pond and play. Well, that one out. We both got out. So I did my nightly routine of feeding water, clean out the water buckets, and do the outside animals.
Okay.
And I walked up to the pond to go get them.
So what do the dogs look like?
Is that blue note to us?
There's 4. The 2 inside dogs were, mine is mostly black bull and real white. It's a Labakita mix.
Okay.
Hmm.
And the other one is like a brittle.
Cool. Oh damn, he has a lot of them.
Yours. Yep. Does Heather belong to the other dog then?
Yeah.
Or? Oh, okay.
Yep.
So you got his and hers.
Yep.
All right, you weren't like watching a neighbor's dog.
Nope.
Gotcha.
And
All
the
right.
two outside dogs. One outside dog is a Great Pyrenees. It's a livestock dog, pure white.
Are they big? Great Pyrenees,
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, she's nailed.
Bro, recoms, man. Yo, you can actually get me out of the hood. I love recoms. That has to like recoms is probably the biggest profit in Dungeons right now.
Place, I remember a shed
Combined,
around it, so, okay.
I'd say maybe is scrolls more profit? I don't think so.
You said you meant to let one dog out, but they both got out. Now you said they ran to the pond. What pond are we talking about?
There's a house up on 35.
Mm.
Way back. That has a pond in front of their house.
Can we stop with this interview though? Can we get to some actual?
Any idea how far that is? What'd you say?
Walk my house, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Ernest protects Heather here and she has an alibi, but this isn't the defense he thinks it is, because he just revealed to the detectives that he left the stove on and Jeffrey unsupervised. Such a detail is enough to put him behind bars on charges around negligence. But was Ernest negligent, or is this just a setup?
So, at some point, you're walking down the hill, and you notice.
Why? Why would you do this to your son, disabled son? Okay, are you unable to handle having a disabled son? Like there's so many ways you could have gone about this. You could have legit gone to the fire department and left your kid. Dead ass, bro.
Around your house is a clearing, right? How far would you say from your house
Or the hospital, anything.
say on the uphill side?
Just say I'm not able to take care of this kid. I'm sorry, and then you give it away. And obviously, they will get someone to adopt that child and take care of it. I don't know, man. It's so simple ways to solve this instead of murder, and I don't know why people refuse to do it that way. Refuse to solve it without any violence. It's just frustrating, and it's not. Is it selfish? I don't know if it's selfish because you're just ruining for yourself and another person. They didn't ask to be here on this earth, and then you just take their life away. I don't know. That's just crazy to me.
There's 2 sliding doors right there.
Absolutely demons.
We didn't use the one on the living room side.
Okay. So, and that would be.
Not even that. It's a disabled kid, so you know setting fire to the house would absolutely make him unable to escape. And you know that, but you still do it because you're so heartless. Imagine being disabled and seeing the fire coming to you in the house, and like you could just, if you were able to like walk, you could have just ran out of the house. But you aren't able to walk, so you're just sitting looking at the fire. Hmm.
Window on the living room side.
Okay. And then what's your next window down on from the AC?
Man, oh
Are
man.
you still in the living room?
No, that would have been a bedroom.
Oh, I gotta go over there.
Could you see fire in through that window yet?
Not at that time.
Okay. Excuse me. So, when you get to the clearing, you see the fire. The dog's still with you?
Yo, looking for Claire? What the fuck?
Like, partway back, did they take off, or do you know?
Why do I always have to be one of the best players in the world every single round?
Which one's that?
Bear, my wife's dog.
Heather's dog, okay. But the other dog had taken off at some point?
Yeah.
Do you know if it was before he got back to the house?
No, the room when I got back to the house.
About when he got back? Yeah. Okay. But did you have him on a leash or anything?
No.
When you found him?
Like, bro, why have I...
Follow you back, alright? Even though they run off to begin with?
Yeah.
Okay. So, when you see the fire, what do you do next?
I tried going on the backside to see if I could get JR out, and when I went around back, the fire was inside the nursery. Tried breaking the windows to get in, and it was too hot, so I ran across the road.
Okay. So, help me out when you say the backside.
The muddy side.
The side that the back comes out to.
Yeah.
Alright. How did you said you went along the backside. How did you get there?
Walk around.
Were you right next to the house, or you're up on that bank?
No, I live right
Bro, imagine if I could die. Like, I deserve to die so badly, dude. I really do, man. But the DPS here is so bad. What did I have? What did I have?
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to picture the layout as we're talking, so I know what you're talking about here.
I can draw a picture if you want.
Well, we may have to, because sometimes I can't keep stuff straight too well. So you get down, you go down over the bank to the corner of the house. So basically, I'm at the corner of the house, right? I got a sliding door and air conditioner window. You go right along the edge of the house, then basically. And the fire's still all inside. It hasn't come out windows and doors yet.
Some through the windows.
Why do I have 4 ways to go? What the fuck is happening?
Okay. When you first noticed it, was it coming out the windows then?
Oh, what's going on now? You fucking melons.
Little wasn't bad. But no, I mean, it was breaking the windows from the heat.
Like you could hear the windows breaking?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was before you got down to the house?
Yeah. So I went down and, slid down the banks and went over and tried to get him out. Fire was just too hot.
Okay.
Couldn't get in there.
One important detail to note from official reports is that when officers arrived, Ernest had no observable ash or soot on him, and he had been outside the home for hours by that point. In fact, his clothes were in pristine condition and far too neat for someone trying to break into a home engulfed in fire, which
Makes
means
sense.
that him trying to help Jeffrey is a blatant lie. Rather, he had left him inside the home to burn down along with it.
And the desk that you said came up to about the bottom of the window, is that like just like a school desk or computer desk?
Computer desk.
Yeah, how do they prove something? Someone burned down the house with ill intent, though. I mean, in my opinion, that seems quite hard to prove.
Like straight at the window?
Yeah.
Okay. But there's no fire in the room yet that you can see?
Starting to come through the wall.
Through which wall?
From the nursery.
So if as you're looking in the window, you can see fire coming in from the right-hand side? Yeah. Okay. How about the nursery window? Is it no fire coming out that yet?
No.
Okay. So you throw the rock through the window, and then what?
I couldn't get into him, so I ran across the road.
How'd you try to get into him?
Climb.
Like through the window, you mean?
Yeah.
So
Gay.
the glass was all out after you threw the rock through the glass came out? Did you? I mean, the rock was this big. The window, from what I remember, was a normal size window, right? Yeah. So you didn't have to clean the glass out or anything, just throwing the rock through?
No, I mean, some, but...
You had to clean some glass out. Okay.
But
and then
I couldn't climb up in there. Couldn't hoist myself up, so...
It was too high up?
Yeah.
Okay.
What people do...
a hold of the window and tried to climb in? Alright. And you couldn't get in. You said it was too hot. Okay. Could you hear the smoke alarms going off?
5 guys or 5 girls?
See the flashing?
Is that a valid question?
No. Okay.
Would you rather?
Do you remember seeing JR or hearing anything?
I couldn't see anything in there.
Okay. Was JR completely nonverbal?
He was deaf.
Right, but could he talk at all, make sounds?
Sign language.
But if he heard himself make any kind of, to let you know he got hurt?
He would tell us.
So he could talk then?
No. That's what I'm saying.
He'd just tell you with sign language?
Correct.
Alright, but
that's not nonverbal.
Alright, I guess I'm asking it the wrong way then, sorry.
Can he speak? No.
Can he make sounds?
Yes, he can make sounds.
Okay, so if he heard himself, then he could make a sound other than letting you know through sign language. Okay, gotcha. But you didn't hear him making any sound at that point?
No.
Okay. Do you have a flashlight with you, by the way?
Yeah.
When you went to get the dogs? Okay. Did you shine the light in the window or anything?
It was too black.
It's too black. So you didn't even try shining it then? Okay.
Didn't see nothing.
By the way, you want some water?
No, I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah, flashlight sucks.
Well, I mean, if it's really smoky, you might not have been able to see through anyway.
Yeah, it's too black in the window.
Okay. So when you're trying to climb through the window, you see the fire coming through the nursery wall.
Is this guy a bot, bro? Why
There
is
was
he
fire
still
anywhere
in
else
my
happening?
split?
Okay. Was the bed still standing?
What I could feel of it.
So you could actually feel part of the bed?
Why are they saying secrets? No, Claire beats secrets.
Like if
Like,
you're in
I
the window
strongly
region,
disagree,
sort
to
of
be
how far
honest.
in would the bed be?
I think secrets is a better thing.
So if I'm standing
Because
at the window,
if you don't get secrets, you're
well,
never
listen to
ever
that.
gonna get
How
S
far in the
plus,
corner
and that's
from
just the
that window
truth.
would you say it is from the window in
So,
that corner?
because of that, I will be a secret mate.
So the bed pretty much from that wall out to the window. Okay. And then the desk
From
from there
window
out.
to the wall.
As a father, if you come down a hill and see your house on fire, you would most likely charge into the house whether you hear your son screaming or not.
I definitely
Ernest
would.
didn't charge in, nor did he try to look for Jeffrey. He stood there laughing as he shared his phone number.
I think I forgot to ask you this too. So you go out to get the dogs, you feed the animals. I'm sorry, feed the animals, then you go out to get the dogs. You said maybe that was an hour, right? From the time you started to the time you got back. So you're thinking that was
On the
roughly
window
when you
to the
came back to find
walls.
the fire.
11:30-ish, 12 maybe.
Okay, and you're pretty certain on your time frame then. Movie ended around 10:30. You did your chores, got the dogs.
No. Like I said, I don't period watch or anything, so.
Yeah, I mean you do your chores every night, so you know about how long they take you anyway, right?
Look at sometimes it's a little longer, sometimes shorter.
Right.
Sometimes I check alarms.
Yeah, I definitely clicked the wrong button.
Right. But you said you
I
thought that was
sometimes actually do that by accident, to be fair. Straight up just disconnect by accident.
hour to go get the dogs back. I think you actually said it was more like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll say it was an hour, just in case you spent a little extra time on your animal chores. So that
Well,
puts
give me
you
the
at
loot.
11:30,
Give me the loot.
12.
Give me the loot.
Sounds right. All right. And then you tried to get JR out.
There's no way it's Finnegan again. Please don't be the real Finnegan.
So that puts it around midnight.
Oh, bro, there's no way he hit the towers again, bro. How is he still hitting the towers?
Is that a long trip to Walmart for her? Just to pick up a few things?
How many times will he hit the towers?
Oh, no. Okay. So,
I went all over that because I guess she did Easter shopping too, so for kids.
okay. Now, when you say the kid, you mean JR or not the baby on the way?
Oh, yeah, I picked up Easter gifts for JR, then picked up some nursery stuff, some baby blankets.
Okay.
We just took them in the house yesterday, so.
Gotcha.
First time I seen it.
So that's why it's fresh in your memory then. Yeah. So when you came down the hill and didn't see the truck, you weren't surprised?
Right.
Okay.
Well, she left before I started doing anything else, so.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is,
Fuck
let's
you,
say
idiot.
from 10:30 to if you came back at 11:30, quarter to 12, we'll even say it was an hour and a half.
Right.
You weren't surprised after an hour and a half when you came down the hill that the truck wasn't there.
No.
Okay. So the next you saw.
Oh yeah, so I might have just failed
The deputies took
3
her
weirdos.
during the fire. And where was she then?
She was at the bottom of the steps.
Okay. Where'd you guys go from there?
Seen her for maybe 5 minutes, and I sent her across the road.
If the movie ended around 10:30 and he spent roughly an hour on dogs and chores, that gets him back to the house around 11:30 at the earliest. The 911 call didn't come in until after 1 a.m. Heather's window is even bigger, which begs the question, what were they doing in those unexpected times?
Now, I remember hearing from somebody.
Where is she?
Something about the electric being turned off.
Yep. On the way back up, I turned the power off at one of the main panels.
Oh my god, there's Trinity.
Having a neighbor call 911. Yeah. Okay. And that was before he got up and around and saw the propane tank then? Right. Okay. Is that something you were trained to do somewhere or what?
Military.
If there's a fire, go turn the power off? Okay.
A copy
me, I'm not familiar with this pond at all. Where is
you can't see it from the road.
Okay.
From
You said
75
there-
or from 8?
Right.
So
okay.
you said you got to the house and or in that area and the pond's beyond it?
How do I explain this? From when you walk from our house, you walk through the woods. There's trails going to the house.
Okay.
They're mostly trails and a little bit of field you gotta go through.
Okay.
If you go up 35,
I got Trinity at M5. M5 Trinity, huh?
You lost the one with the goat in the front all the time?
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
Then you go past that. There's another house up on the right, and then you have an old abandoned house a little bit farther up. And right past the abandoned house.
Does anyone else need it? No, I don't think so.
Out back. And there's a pond right back of the tree line, in between the tree line and the house.
So I'm thinking another one, there's like a pond on 35 I can see from the road and the house behind it. It's not that one?
Right off an 8, pretty much. Maybe.
Yeah, just up top of the hill through the rock cut.
Maybe on top.
Right, almost, I mean, not beside the road, but you can see from the road there's a decent sized pond and a house that sits behind it. That's the one you're talking about? Okay.
Cutting the power to a burning house isn't exactly the wrong move.
Right.
A live current can feed a fire, and throwing water to put out an electrical fire only fuels it. And really, most first responders will tell you to do exactly what Ernest did. But that isn't the problem. The problem is what cutting the power did. Let's consider for a moment that the fire could have killed him. Jeffrey was deaf, and the only fire alarm that could have reached him was a flashing light system which needed power. If we believe Ernest's story, by flipping the breaker, he killed any chance for Jeffrey to wake up and notice the house burning down.
What thoughts have come across your mind?
That he should be here.
I agree. Any other things? I mean,
Yeah, I think he's getting enough.
you beating yourself up over it?
Yeah, I'm not getting too much sleep, so
Why do you think he didn't make it out? Do you think that there was something wrong with the alarm, or are you certain that it was hooked up? You're certain it was hooked up?
Yeah. I know when he sleeps, he gets into a dead sleep.
Yeah.
Start to wake him up.
Yeah.
Even by shaking him.
Has he ever laid on that vibrator and have it gone off?
Yeah.
So he knows what it feels like?
Yeah, but
while he was sleeping?
We tried to, and like I said, it wasn't the best of. But it's the only thing we could find that would.
You did what you could do.
It took us a lot of research to find that setup.
Yeah.
A bunch of different fire companies are like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
We don't provide anything.
I don't even know to the wall.
Through your head. I just want, I want to try and put myself in your shoes a little bit.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, that was not the best run though, but actually,
I'm sure you've thought of
that was a really good run.
we haven't. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking to you right now.
I should actually get
Nobody
another
sleeps through thick,
contact
dark
though.
smoke unless they are knocked unconscious or dead. And right now, what detectives need is a timeline for when Ernest left the house.
How often do dogs take off?
Recently,
Do I need to pay for that contact again?
But other than that, maybe once every couple months, someone comes over and the door they both take off, and expect everybody to block them. So.
Yeah.
But friends of ours said, when we went to Virginia in December, they had a problem with both of them.
I still don't think he did this though. Could he have done something differently? Sure, but I wouldn't say this is evident of him doing this. He wasn't even in the house at the time.
On a good month, once, sometimes more.
This is like an accident.
They're brothers and sisters, so they
I still don't understand the title though. So, who's this guy? Adoptive mom burned.
Yeah, I know their spouse.
What? Where is
Dogs
that?
can easily find their way home anytime. Everybody who's a dog owner knows this, but Ernest decided to leave Jeffrey unsupervised and alone. And at this point, detectives are getting tired of his excuses as they drop everything they have on the table.
You've got to answer this for me. No. Because you and Heather are the only two that can answer this. We know that JR was dead before the fire.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. To medical certainty. I'll call him the ME just to make it simple. The ME in Binghamton, you know, he did an autopsy on JR, and he can say with medical certainty, JR was dead before the fire.
Well, that's not him who did that.
No medical reason why that happened. Meaning it wasn't his heart. You know, he didn't have a stroke, no heart attack, none of that stuff. So there's two people that have to answer that question. That's you.
Yep.
Right? I wasn't there. He wasn't there. It was you, Heather, and JR that were there. Nobody else was there.
1.4 million in the chest.
Okay. So we know JR was dead before the fire. So what happened? What happened to JR?
I don't know.
EJ, that's not going to work, buddy.
I know that.
We got to answer this question. And I don't know it's not going to work. You and Heather know.
I told you what happened.
But you left something out here. You had to have. For JR to be dead before the fire, you had to have left something out. And how did it happen?
I don't know.
How do you think it happened?
How much very would that take?
Did you snap?
No.
That peeing in the room thing? Did you snap?
No.
You just lost it with him, with JR?
He wasn't inside.
How did you know that Junior was still in the house? The only thing you've told us all this whole time is that you knew he was in that house. But if the room's filled with smoke and you can't see him, how did you know he was in there?
Because I assume.
You knew he was in there because he was already dead.
He's not the type of kid that'll get out.
You said you tested everything with him on those.
Right.
You didn't hear any alarms go off. You would have heard the alarms go off. I mean, we're just trying to get to the bottom of it.
I feel like they're pressuring the wrong guy though.
Because Heather's over there and she's doing the same thing.
Right.
Okay. She's over there helping. She's talking. She's telling us what took place. Okay. So we expect the same out of you.
And I've been cooperating.
And we appreciate that. Yeah. But you got to give us something happened.
Why would I kill him?
We're not saying you did.
Why would I snap?
We're not
These
saying
things happen sometimes.
But he didn't do it.
I get that. We're both parents. We
do not understand what weighs on me.
You're right. I'm not you. What I'm saying
You don't even know why I got into foster care.
I don't. Why don't you tell me why?
Because I shot a kid in Afghanistan. Mother and son.
And now you're atoning for that. I get that.
So one way I gave back was doing foster care, and he came along. From day one, I wanted to adopt him.
And we what about Heather? How'd she feel about it?
She wanted to too. I mean, we went back and forth. You know, I mean, it was stressful in the beginning, but
sure. But you know, now she's pregnant. You got your own kid on the way. You've been trying forever. You already had this miscarriage. She's stressed out as hell with the pregnancy, worried about a miscarriage, and dealing with JR and his peeing all over his room. I know she was stressed. I've seen messages from her that said so.
Yeah.
Did she lose it?
No.
Did she do something to JR?
No.
Well, one of you two knows something. It's you or her. Right? Tell me what you think. What do you think happened to JR then?
Like I've been telling you, the fire. That's all I know.
Okay, but we know it's not.
It is all he knows.
I don't know.
Possible.
The ME can say, and he's been doing this for decades.
I get it.
He can say that he did not die in the fire. When people die in the fire, there's a lot of evidence. You have soot that you're breathing in, right? And carbon monoxide in your blood builds up, and that's what kills you. It's not usually the heat, it's not the flames, it's smoke inhalation. And two ways they know smoke inhalation: soot in your mouth, in your nose, in your trachea, and in your lungs, and a carbon monoxide level in your blood that's high. You had none of that. You had no soot. You didn't breathe in any soot. And his carbon monoxide level is what ours are now. Okay? Which indicates that he's not breathing in at the time the smoke gets to him in his room. And the
Mm.
only reason he's not breathing in when the smoke gets there is because he's not breathing at all. He's already dead. And 2 people were there when that must have happened. You and Heather.
We need to know if it was an accident or
Did he
what
go to
happened.
dinner with you? Did you guys go?
Oh, they go to solve this accident, bro. It is the oldest trick in the book. Do people still follow it? I feel like they do. No, it was an accident.
6:30, 7 o'clock.
Saying that, come on, bro.
And the time of the fire at 1 a.m. Something happened to JR.
I don't know what happened.
You or Heather, or both of you, know what happened. Somebody's got to tell us what happened. JR's done all he can to tell us what happened. Now one of you two has to pick it up from there and tell us what happened.
I've been telling you what happened.
He's been trying to tell you, but you're being ignorant.
A version that you want us to believe of what happened, but I don't think everything you've told us is true. For one thing, there's this missing hour of your time.
Then I have no idea what that hour was.
For another thing, there's a missing 3 hours of Heather's time.
But she doesn't know.
We know where she went. We've got her on video.
And that don't add up either. That doesn't make any sense at all.
She's lied to us about where she went, what she did.
How'd she lie?
Because she said she went to Walmart and Price Chopper and back to Walmart.
Okay.
She didn't.
We're telling you the truth.
She's some reason why I don't believe it.
I can show you video and show you that she did not go to the Norwich Price Chopper. She lied about where she went. Here's another thing. She doesn't normally drive. She get a bug in her driving off at 10:30 that night. And going on a 3-hour tour for stuff she doesn't have to go get that night. She left that house, your house, for a reason.
She did it.
And I think it was so that you could help her out.
No.
Something happened to JR. You guys had come up with an idea on how to help hide that. And then your house catches fire.
Why would I burn my house down?
Somewhere between dinner and
Exactly.
fire,
Why
something
would he
happened to
burn his
Jeffrey,
house down?
and Ernest has an hour nobody can account for.
That's what I don't understand. Why would he burn his house down? There's literally zero reason for him to want to burn his house down.
Why would I lose $2,000 a month?
To hide what happened to JR.
I'm not like that.
What do you mean? Why would you lose $2,000
Before you get to
a
the
month?
situation, man.
You weren't paying attention, no worry.
I was.
What'd I say?
That you get $2,000 a month for JR.
Exactly.
Did you ever tell anybody that?
Yeah. Everybody knew we had a stipend for him.
Did you ever tell anybody, that sucks we're losing $2,000 a month?
That wasn't our priority.
Did you ever say that to anybody?
Why would I?
I'm asking.
Why would I need to?
Did you ever say that to anybody?
It never came up. No one asked.
I'm asking you, did you ever say that to anybody?
And
Yes
who?
or no?
Not
To who?
just us, anyway. Did you ever say it to Heather, for example?
No.
You never made that comment to Heather?
I mean, we were trying to figure out what to do, but nothing about the money.
But did you say it?
No, we look at our bills and try to figure out how we're gonna do it.
Did you ever say to anybody, there goes $2,000 a month?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's all I'm asking.
Why would I say it though? Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Because it's true. For one thing.
Absolutely not putting words in your mouth. I'm just asking you a question.
What?
But it is
That's
true,
it.
isn't it?
What? I'm losing 2,000?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also lost a son.
And we know something's done to him. We know this. And you know it too. In there, I know you know it. And until you talk about it, it's not going to go away. It's just going to be in there. It's going to fester. You know how this
You don't
works.
think I don't know that, do you?
I know you know this, but I'm trying to remind you of
I
this.
think I know this better than anyone in this
You
station.
probably do, EJ. You probably do. Given your history, you probably do. You're right. And you know that if you don't get that out of there, it's just going to keep festering. Now's the time.
Bro, stop. But yeah, why did he put a price? Like, why would I lose 2,000 a month?
Time for our lawyers.
You think or you know?
Oh, I know. Either you charge me or you let us go.
What should I charge you with?
I don't know. You're pointing fingers saying that we know something that we don't.
All right. You willing to say
I really do
you want
believe
this?
him.
I'll make a phone call.
I strongly believe him. I don't. She seems like a real person to me. Now I actually want to see what she says, Heather, because I mean, yeah, I'm gonna
Detectives
be
now
honest.
have a possible motive. Jeffrey had been reduced to a $2,000 paycheck, and clearly Ernest is more worried about that check than he is about the son he's just lost. But why was the couple getting this money? Essentially, Jeffrey had been adopted through foster care, which came with a monthly subsidy from the state. This was money to help cover the cost of raising a child with his level of need. The Franklins, however, made sure that this money went to them and not to Jeffrey's needs. Now with a possible motive on the table, detectives turn to Heather, because now they need to pin down her part in this and make sure she takes the fall for what she's done. Suffice to say, with the way Heather is acting, that won't be easy.
Heather, you're being very careful on how you answer these questions. I get it. But you're so defensive in defending him, and I'm not
defending him. I'm trying to tell you, like,
I'm not asking questions that
things
are right or
vary.
wrong.
I wasn't there. Things vary.
So
when you have dogs, they vary on what goes on.
As much as you're trying to answer
Is
questions,
that your wife?
he's already answered these questions, and I'm telling you his answers.
I thought the wife was the woman at the end
His
there.
answers when they're
Is she a
directly
baddie?
false.
I'm not defending his answers. I'm telling you what I know.
So what you do know, and you've probably already answered this, but I just want to clarify. You went to Walmart initially.
Yes.
And what was the reason that you went to Price Chopper?
Because I'd forgotten the Benadryl. The main reason I went.
So you went to Price Chopper. What'd you get at Price Chopper?
Life cereal. I didn't like the price of the Benadryl.
Okay. So how much was the Benadryl at Price Chopper?
I don't remember. It was ridiculous.
Do you remember about how much more?
No, I don't.
So why?
Wow, I actually want to know how much doesn't matter that.
The Benadryl, and 2, because there was this blanket I had in mind that I really wanted to go back and get. And 3, I was trying to tire myself out with the car rides.
So you initially went to Walmart to get Benadryl.
Oh yeah, and to tire myself out for bed.
You forgot to get the Benadryl.
Right.
So you drove to Price Chopper and got the Benadryl in Sydney.
Well, I was headed home and I remembered.
Okay, so you go back to Price Chopper where you plan on getting the Benadryl.
What?
You don't get the Benadryl because it's too expensive.
And I got Life cereal instead.
2 things. How many? 1, 2.
Of Life cereal?
Yeah.
It was like on sale.
And then at that point in time, in Price Chopper, you said, "This is too much. I'm going back to Walmart to buy it."
Yeah.
So you spend
Well, I just know how. Yeah.
Right, so you spend the gas that the truck gets probably 14 miles to the gallon to go back to Walmart.
Like I said, the main thing was trying to tire myself out too.
No, the main thing was Benadryl.
Well, originally when you go out, yes.
And how often do you leave at night?
Not often. It's only happened a couple times before.
Like a couple times in a year, a couple times in 10 years?
I don't think she used to do this. She would drive further away to save like a few cents on a purchase. But then in reality, you don't save money because you just spend more on fuel. But now we have electric, so I guess it's different. But
If you were in my shoes, Heather, what would you think? And I'm not asking your husband's shoes, I'm asking my shoes, so speak freely.
I've told you, I don't doubt what you're saying.
Just tell me what you think if you were in my shoes. Talking the way we've been talking, given the information you have. In my shoes, mine, what would you think?
that's actually a really good point.
I mean, I would want answers too.
Okay, but tell me why I would not want answers. How do you think my mind would be thinking? Explain to me, in my shoes, and we're switching roles here, what would you think in my shoes?
I just could tell you what I'm thinking, and
Why is she just sitting there? The other girl, why is she just sitting there being fine as shit? We're gonna work.
even though I'm telling you what we're trying to make.
I'm not twisting your
I know you're trying to.
You're at a point right now where you need to help yourself out.
And I am, and I'm telling you exactly.
You know, one thing. What if I told you there were 5 people that have told us that you have been extremely stressed out, especially the week before JR's
There's
death?
nothing new about that.
The math doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it. She was spending more driving between both stores. and her excuse that she wanted to save costs doesn't cut it. The real question is, why did she decide that specific distance, that specific night, while Ernest was alone with Jeffrey?
I've been calling people and I've been trying to get advice from people, and there's nothing new about the frustration of him peeing on everything, because as a parent, you don't know what to do. You don't know.
And that is gonna
Peeing
be
on everything.
frustrating.
Right.
We told you that, and we've said kudos.
And you don't know how bad I feel that he was on restriction when he died. Like, I don't, like, that's been the main thing with guilt, is like.
And you couldn't really explain before what his restriction was, other than he had to clean it up.
Right, which he wasn't doing, so he sat there.
What just happened to the water, by the way?
Like, just where he was supposed to be cleaning, it just played with a rag or did whatever else besides clean.
And where was he supposed to be cleaning?
The bedroom.
Would he ever try to get up and walk away from it?
He could have go to the bathroom or whatever,
But he had to sit there.
Well, we didn't. It was, this is gonna get done, so.
Right, so
I mean,
if
we
you
didn't
walk
tell him
away,
this.
you're coming back.
Well, when I walked away, because I had other things to do.
He'd sit there and stare at it.
Yeah, he'd play with a rag or just do whatever JR did.
Did you ever feel confined to your house because of that and his actions of peeing or anything?
Oh yeah, definitely.
What is happening?
That's got to be pretty tiring, isn't it? I'm asking. I don't. I'm
Hence
not.
part of the reason of needing to go out for the ride that night. Like I said, I was not sleeping. I needed Benadryl, and I'm at home with JR all the time.
Did you ever isolate him from communicating with other family members or anything?
With other family members?
Yeah.
No.
No?
I don't know what other family members you're talking about.
Did any family members come to visit him?
Oh, who are you talking about with family members? Are you talking about his past family, his biological family?
Your family. Who came to your house to visit him?
Everybody came around.
Like who?
Friends.
Family.
I don't have family in the area.
Does Ernest?
He's estranged from his family for the most part.
Does anyone in his family come to visit, ever?
His sister.
How often does she come to visit?
It's sporadic. There's back and forth. I mean, not on a regular basis, no.
This is the first time either of them has admitted the truth. Caring for Jeffrey had worn them down, as Heather describes it, looking like after a one-day-old child, having to do that every day for 16 years. But could this just be a cover-up to hide the $2,000 financial motive? This is what detectives are interested in getting to the bottom of.
You have to make a decision for you.
I don't know what decision you need. I don't even
know
what decisions I'm presented with right now.
Like,
I don't.
That night was bad enough that you were so frustrated that 11 o'clock at night you got in that car without a license.
I was not frustrated when I got in the car.
You needed to space and you needed time
I
to
was
clear your
not
head.
frustrated when I got in the car.
Okay.
Why not?
I wasn't frustrated at my husband. I gave him a goodbye kiss and hug.
I was misunderstanding you because I thought you said you were raising a special needs child and you needed
Yes,
to get
I
out.
was
And that's
not
why he
taken
didn't
out. I needed just me time.
Right.
It wasn't about, yes, I was frustrated with JRP and stuff, but when I got in the car, it was not out of frustration. It was out of
me time.
Needing to breathe.
Like, just
need a break.
I mean, it's not like I left in anger or anything.
Sure.
It was, okay, I'm just going to the store, just to unwind, get the Benadryl.
How many times has that happened before?
Only a couple.
Right. So that it tells me, looking at it, knowing what we've found out from talking to other people and talking to you, which you've confirmed that he seemed to be.
He was special needs, but that's my job.
He seemed to be doing it more. Right, it was.
That was my job. That's what I did. That's like I said, like, that was my life.
Right.
Yeah.
You did that routinely. You did that with those JD foster children and the kids, the girl that was running away. We know your intent is good, but even on the most sane days, they can be absolutely off the wall or rip your hair out because you can't.
And I'm not hiding
being
that.
16 is off the table. He's not. He's what you said, first or second grade. So
right, and I told you that we've already expected to.
Bro, did she just 6 and 7? Bro, are you dead ass, bro?
But you also said residential.
But she is so capped though. Like, this girl is really pissing me off because she's out there fake crying, fake upset, She don't give a
We
fuck
never had the full discussion.
at
It was just
all.
one of those in the moment of maybe he'd be better in residential or something. Like it was just one of those.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where they wanted
Right,
to
and
send
those
him
are
to begin
safe
with when
places.
he entered the foster care system.
Can you, and again, I'm just asking your opinion, not right, not
Mm.
wrong. Could you tell me how EJ would know that JR wasn't breathing? Now hold on. Before you answer that, just think a second. With what we presented you, and with him saying that, what would you assume?
I could say what you guys are leading at.
No, stop.
I mean, that's what I'm.
I know what you're thinking, and this is what concerns me. Do you want me to be truthful with you?
Yes.
My concern is no matter what I say or she says or we do, you're always on the defense when it comes to EJ.
The one thing detectives haven't been able to explain is why Ernest ran off after the dogs that night. Fortunately, though, Heather has just thrown him under the bus for doing exactly that as she scrambles to save her own skin.
All right. So, like I said, I've been talking to EJ all morning, and I mean, there's some things that aren't adding up. I'm sure you guys have been all over this. So, here's the facts. You and EJ and JR are at home.
Yeah.
Right?
But why did they call him EJER? Can they just say the name? The fuck? Is the name that difficult?
The night of the fire.
At 9 o'clock. We did a movie.
Right. Earlier in the night, the three of you are home.
Either that or we went out to dinner. Like I said, I don't remember it was that day or the day before.
Okay, let's say after dinner, you guys are home, the three of you. Nobody else is there, right? Okay. JR goes to bed.
Yeah.
Walks himself into bed.
Listen.
He walks himself into bed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Last you see him, he's alive, going into the bedroom.
Yeah.
Okay. Some point after that.
He ends up dead.
After 8:30, 9 o'clock, around 1 a.m., somebody calls 911 that your house is on fire. It's a fact, right?
Right.
So somewhere between 8:39 and
You
1
killed him.
JR gets killed. And it's not by the fire. But that's also a fact. The medical examiner, who's done this for decades, right. It's a medical certainty in his mind that JR was not alive at the time of the fire, was not breathing. That's a fact. Okay.
So that is pretty concerning.
People in the house when this happens.
I mean, unless this is real, that this happened by total accident, that he died right before a fire started in your house.
He told us your story.
But the chance for that is, I mean, it's off the charts.
Did you leave because you knew JR? I'm sorry, EJ was about to do something to JR?
No. I left him with a kiss and a hug.
Okay, well, look at it from our side. You make this long journey, right? So I'll stop right here.
But at the same time,
The interest of full disclosure.
I mean, you never know.
Right now, he's under arrest for murder. So what it looks like to me is you conspired as part of this whole thing with him. You knew what happened. You had to leave the house to set your alibi. That's what it looks like.
No.
Then you need to be honest with us and tell us what you know, because otherwise, that's what it looks like. If you don't give us the truth, this is what it looks like. I'm sitting where we are.
It's what it's going to look like when it goes to grand jury.
Remember when I asked you what else you could do to possibly prove that you're telling us the truth? And you said you weren't sure what else you could do? What about...
Now's your chance. It's right now. Because here's the problem for you, Heather. What it looks like is you're part of this conspiracy. Well, because you basically disappear for 3 hours and drive to Norwich, to Sydney, back to Norwich again for things that you didn't really need to get at that point. You certainly didn't have to go to stores in 2 different towns to get them. That's why it looks like that. So your time frame doesn't add up. EJ's time frame we know is BS. And don't forget, I've been talking to him all morning. He's being arrested for a reason.
Right? Well, I don't know how to feel about this.
Now's your chance.
Where's the evidence that he has done it?
You run the risk of being arrested along with him and going to jail tonight too.
We want to know.
I want the truth, you fucking bitch.
And don't leave anything out. If you left anything out, we'll clear the slate and start fresh from here forward. And I'm not going to hold it against you. I won't hold it against you if you left something out, okay? So let's go from here forward, clean slate. What did you leave out?
Nothing that I can think of.
There's got to be something. There is something.
There's too much.
It all points to something is being left out. Don't be culpable because you're leaving something out.
This too.
What's that?
Don't go down with this too.
I don't know what.
Because whatever he's saying, we have to confirm as well.
Right.
So if he's saying, I'm just saying out, if he's saying you did something and he started the fire to cover it up, then he's only on the hook for the fire. But if he did something and you left so he could start the fire, you've got to tell us that that's what happened or whatever the situation is. Did you know before we told you that JR was not breathing before the fire? Did you have any indication that something happened prior to you leaving that would cause him to stop breathing?
I find it extremely strange that he didn't get up out of bed to get out. Yes and no.
You mean when the fire happened?
Yeah. But obviously you're saying he wasn't able to get out of bed.
Because he wasn't breathing. Is there something that you're leaving out about maybe EJ's anger or something that happened earlier that day or something that would indicate
that day? I mean, does he have anger problems? Yes.
Okay, but anything that would indicate that something happened to
Not even that those past 3 days.
Right.
Nothing that would indicate. I mean, I don't remember the past 3 days. Like I said, when he got angry, he'd go outside.
You don't remember the last 3 days? Are you fucking stupid?
In those 3 days, was he ever angry and went outside? They don't remember. You gotta start thinking hard. Did you step in at all in those past 3 days?
Intervene with what? Between him and JR? No. I mean, besides the
or
typical.
Did he have to step in with you, like we were talking?
Besides the typical, I don't remember his everyday life.
So you had to intervene typically?
Not typically. I mean, we tag teamed like we were talking about earlier.
Let me ask you this.
Are tag team the murder too?
On the fact that you're being deceitful. Where do we go from there?
Happen.
It won't.
No.
And you're adamant.
Yeah.
That everything you told us is the truth and you're not leaving anything out.
You walked yourself into a situation to believe all this stuff makes sense. What you've done and your actions make sense. It doesn't. The facts prove differently. You have a special needs boy who has the mentality of what you say is a first or second grader who is small, but every day needs that poor.
And he doesn't. And she doesn't care.
JR, who is left with you two and ends up when a house fire is set. That's horrific. You are his mother. You claim you are his mother.
I am.
So make it make sense.
I mean, yeah, you're so capped.
You are saving yourself, and it's very transparent. No mom does that.
I don't understand how you say I'm saving myself.
Because everything else does not make sense.
Yep.
He was dead in that bed, and EJ set that fire. And that's what it looks like. The facts tell us that. And you're out gallivanting from Sydney
no idea
to Norwich to Sydney to go back for a fire.
Heather sticks to her story, but the detectives already heard enough. It was clear that the couple were in on it, and there was no point pressing her any further. Ultimately, Ernest was found guilty of second-degree murder, third-degree arson, and
Really?
tampering with evidence, resulting in a sentence of 21 years to life in prison. Heather, on the other hand, pleaded guilty to manslaughter and was sentenced to 7 to 11 years in prison. The gap in
What?
these sentences is the legal system's best guess at the gap in their responsibility. Whether that gap reflects reality is something only the two of them know. Our thoughts are with Jeffrey, someone who deserved a much better home and life than what he got with Ernest and Heather. We hope you enjoyed today's video. 85% of our viewers aren't subscribed, so if this is the kind of content you come back for, just hit subscribe. It's the single biggest thing you can do to support the channel.
I have two roommates.
Okay.
One of them dead, and the other one is in her room and she's still alive, and I ran because I didn't know if he was still in the house.
In April 2026, the rap game got hit with one of the craziest headlines in years, as the feds would announce they had arrested the rapper Pooh Shiesty, who was arguably the biggest rapper to come out of Memphis since Young Dolph. He was arrested alongside his
True.
father and his close friend and fellow rapper Big 30, as well as a handful of other members from his infamous Chopper Gang street clique, and they were being accused of a crazy crime, allegedly kidnapping and robbing at gunpoint numerous victims at a music studio in Dallas. But what made this case truly explosive was the identity of one of the victims. None other than the trap god himself, Atlanta rap legend Gucci Mane, and the very person that Pooh Shiesty was signed to under his 1017 label. The feds would claim that the whole motive of the incident was to get Pooh Shiesty freed from his contract with Gucci, allegedly sticking him up at gunpoint and making him sign away his rights, like Suge Knight did to Eazy-E back in the day. Now, this was shocking for many people, but fans of Pooh Shiesty might not have really been that surprised, because after all, Pooh Shiesty had previously made numerous headlines for crashing out in a similar fashion, with at least 2 instances of him pulling guns on people and opening fire since breaking into the rap game in the early 2020s.
This doesn't even make any sense. He's just stupid.
Over some dope and a pair of sneakers, and the second incident involved Shiesty allegedly shooting a security guard at a fully packed strip club during what was supposed to be his own performance. I mean, Pooh Shiesty was so prolific as a ski mask wearing robber, the one whole ski mask ended up being known as a Shiesty all around the world. So in a lot of ways, it wasn't really a surprise that this certified crash out specialist decided to pull off yet another one of his signature moves that had previously landed him in federal prison for years. But the craziest thing of all was that Pooh Shiesty apparently did this robbery after having only walked out of the feds 6 months before, and still while on an ankle monitor, all while his PO
So
was calling him
stupid, bro.
to go back to the house. After getting his freedom back in October
So stupid.
2025, Pooh Shiesty, at least for a minute, was looking like the biggest hope that the rap game had, dropping his mega hit FDO, aka First Day Out, and shooting straight up the charts like he never left, with him actually at one point being the only rapper in the top 20 Billboard charts. He had come out of jail with a rare second chance not only to change his own life, but the lives of everyone around him, and an opportunity to build genuine generational wealth, an opportunity that most rappers can only
Exactly.
dream of. But unfortunately, it seems like you can take a Shiesty rapper out the streets, but you can't take the Shiesty streets out of the rapper. But with all of this going on, it raises one very difficult question to answer. What was it that made Pooh Shiesty so upset, so mad, so greedy that he was willing to throw away his whole life at the peak of his opportunity? Now, the obvious answer would be just straight greed, with Pooh Shiesty's contract with Gucci Mane that he had signed at the very beginning of his rap career, way before he had a chance to see how popular his music would actually become, ultimately left him getting a smaller share of the millions he was making than he would if he was independent. But in reality, the recording contract splits might only be the tip of the iceberg, because when you look really deep into the lives of Pooh Shiesty and those around him, there seems to be a much deeper story under the surface. Because for years, him and his crew have been involved in a very complicated and very dangerous world where rap industry connections also connect to local gang rivalries in numerous cities. And it might just be some of these overlaps between the rap industry and street gangs that could truly explain why Pooh Shiesty might have just thrown his whole life away for good. So in this video, we're going to be taking a deep dive into the treacherous world of the Memphis gang scenes and the rap industry that seems to control.
It's honestly, it's just sad, bro. It is really sad that he just never learned.
I wanna get to them racks, get to that money, I wanna be ballin'. Full break your back, don't worry, you can call Morgan and Morgan. If you've had serious damage to your body or internal organs, and you know it wasn't your fault, then you might have. This is nationwide, so take them a case to tackle. They recovered over 30 billion bucks for all their clients, and the fee is free unless you win, so you might wanna try 'em. I wanna get to them racks, get to that money, I wanna be ballin'. If you wanna break your back, don't worry, you can call Morgan and Morgan. If you've had serious damage to your body or internal organs, and you know it wasn't your fault, then you might have a case. You really might claim now with
I like this guy. He got a fun.
www.peopledoc.com/traplawross. Link in description, or you can scan the QR code on screen using your phone camera. Thanks, Morgan and Morgan. Back to the video. Content warning. This video is about a sensitive topic involving loss of life. We've removed any graphic content to comply with YouTube's guidelines. We aim to provide informative, factual journalism on a tragic event in the public interest that does not dismiss its seriousness. All clips are used under the doctrine of fair use for news reporting and analysis. Some points made in this video are opinions and theories. I am not responsible for third-party information. If you want to watch my videos uncut and extended, go to patreon.com/traplawross, where you can get those for just $2. Also, you can now watch my new drops on Spotify, so go search me there. Here's the video.
Does Spotify... Why did people add their shit to Spotify?
In order to understand all of the
Is
complex
it
gang and
good
history
or something?
behind Pooh Shiesty, we've got to go all the way back to the start. On the 8th of November 1999, that's when Pooh Shiesty, real name Lontrell Williams Jr., was born in Memphis, Tennessee. And it would be here that he would spend much of his early life growing up in the Cane Creek apartments in South Memphis, not far from the Castalia Heights neighborhood where another Memphis rap sensation Young Dolph actually hailed from. But Pooh Shiesty would not be the first rapper in his family. Actually, his father, Lontrell Williams Sr., would also make music under the rap name Mob Boss, and even had his own record label, Mob Ties Records. But much like his son later on, Mob Boss would eventually find himself caught up in repeated legal troubles too, each time ending up behind bars and putting his rap career on hold. So clearly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. In fact, Shiesty's father's criminal history stretches all the way back to at least the early 90s, when local news reported how he was arrested for a murder of an 18-year-old named Harold Williams when he was only 15. Due to his extremely young age, it's not clear exactly what happened to these murder charges, but in the following years, Pooh Shiesty's father's name would keep popping up in local news in relation to various serious crimes. Already the following year in 1993, he would allegedly accidentally shoot and kill his girlfriend while toying around with his gun, ultimately getting charged with criminally negligent homicide. This was followed by drug and gun charges in 1999, the very same year that Pooh Shiesty was born, along with assault charges in 2002, and then in 2004, his name was once again connected to a murder case as local radio personality Rebecca Glan, known on air as Rebecca Fox, was brutally assaulted and murdered in her own apartment by a man named Stanley Andrews, who had then stolen Glan's cell phone and credit cards and allegedly given them to none other than Pooh Shiesty Sr., along with another woman named Marquita Thomas. Somehow, Shiesty's dad would seemingly always end up getting away with a rather light sentence, and there might well be a good reason for this, which we'll discuss later. According to the paperwork, he would only receive a 1-year sentence in the county workhouse in 2006, which was immediately suspended with him being placed on supervised probation. Now, it's hard not to notice the parallels between father and son, with both Pooh Shiesty and his pops seemingly unable to stay out of legal trouble for decades. However, in Shiesty Sr.'s case, financial pressures likely played a serious role, as he was never able to take his rap career to the next level like his son. Already the very next year,
That's not this case for his son, though.
Inside a trap house where police recovered more than 3 pounds of cocaine, nearly 5 pounds of Mary Jane, and close to 100 e-pills, crack, a pistol, and over 11 grand in cash. The case, combined with his earlier convictions, seemed to finally land Shiesty Sr., aka Mob Boss, some real prison time, with this being marked by a farewell bash held in his honor in April 2010 before he seemingly went on to serve his sentence. According to court documents, Shiesty Sr. was the primary custodial parent to his son, and while he had been unable to stay away from the life of crime, he had seemingly tried his best in raising a young Pooh Shiesty, with Instagram lives from years later between the two showing just how close their bond was as a father and son.
CEO, got on there. I just went and bought me a new computer. Hey, I see y'all doing all this stunning on the camera, man. My pop was one time, CEO. One time. We didn't have shit like this just to be on our head. Yeah, they. Come on now, you know how we came out. Oh, my son. Oh, yeah. Come on, we done. Y'all about to put that little bit.
With his dad in prison, Pooh Shiesty had to move out of Memphis and go and live with his mother in the city of Pflugerville, Texas, a suburb of the larger Austin-Round Rock metropolitan area. This would have been a much calmer surrounding for a child to grow up in than the hoods of South Memphis, but this would only last for a couple of years when eventually his father was released again, and Shiesty would once again move back to his original stomping grounds. It was likely around this time that Shiesty also begun getting involved in street gangs. He would later claim on social media that he was already repping his own gang as early as 6th grade, called the Chopper Gang Military. military. Around this period, Shiesty or Lontrell would also pick up the nickname that would later become his rap alias. This nickname was given to him by his older brother, Terrence Henderson, aka T to P, a nickname that according to Shiesty himself reflected the lifestyle he was already living at that point, suggesting that even at a young age, he wasn't afraid to snake or cross people whenever it would benefit him.
How did I get my name Pooh Shiesty? From my brother T to P, because of my lifestyle. Like, that what was going on. They were calling me that, but he stamped it Pooh Shiesty, like this your name.
But while Shiesty had allegedly come up with the Chopper Gang moniker as early as 6th grade, the first traces of his gang involvement that still exist online today seem to appear around 2014 when he was just 14 years old, as he began repping a new clique known as OLG or OG Lump Gang. Shiesty at the time went on Facebook by another nickname, Pooh Bezel OLG Williams. OLG was named after a 16-year-old named Myron Armstrong Jr., better known in the streets of South Memphis as OG Lump or OG Lil Lump. He would be killed in a February 2014 double shooting in the Orange Mound neighborhood. OG Lump had been a highly respected youngster in South Memphis with close ties to members across several well-known gangs.
It's hard for me to feel bad for people who get killed in gang violence. I don't know. Like, it really depends how much the other person has been a part of it. I mean, obviously it's sad that like they're in this situation in the first place.
#OLG in his early YouTube videos. One
But
reason why OG Lump was so respected in South Memphis was because of his alleged
it's
connection to the
just
city's
not.
underworld, and as someone close to him would later
It's
claim on
just not the
social media,
same.
OG Lump had made himself a multi-millionaire by the time he was killed at just 16. So in 2016, Shiesty would experience another major loss as his close friend, 19-year-old Montrell Crucher, aka Trey Day or Castellia Kitchen, would be shot and killed in January near the corner of Summer Avenue and Hudson. Trey Day's death had a huge negative impact on Pooh Shiesty, who would often reminisce about him on social media, even writing a post every single year following his death where he would cryptically reminisce about a mission that he was supposed to do with Trey, this mission seemingly becoming Trey's downfall. He would seem to blame himself and explain how it would have been a different situation if Shiesty had been there with him. Around the same time, you can increasingly see Shiesty and his friends beginning to rep the Chopper Gang crew, this time without the word military at the end.
But where's the dad at?
Chopper Gang would also begin to rep the number
I mean,
375,
clearly the dad is in the life, so I was. Well, never mind. It's because the dad also was into gang shit.
Music around 2017, that decision would eventually take them further than any of them could have possibly imagined, going from youngsters coming out of the middle of a Memphis war zone doing business with some of the most famous rappers to ever come out of America. From the beginning, it seems that Pooh Shiesty and his friends were clearly influenced by the old rap of their hometown of Memphis, with dark horror movie-inspired beats combined with fast and aggressive flows. Sometimes they would even use samples taken directly from pioneers of Memphis rap like the 3 6 Mafia, with this formula playing out like clockwork and leading to a lot of fast motion amongst the group. As early as October 2018, one of their first music videos for the song Breaking News, which had Pooh Shiesty and his friends rapping over a beat inspired by the iconic Halloween horror movie theme song. That track quickly picked up a local buzz in Memphis, and in the music video filmed right in front of the Cane Creek apartments, Pooh Shiesty can be seen holding a Draco or two as he opens his verse with some very telling lyrics.
Is that Shiesty?
The name Shiesty through doing robberies, and also referencing making the news for shooting someone with a Draco and describing himself as someone who can't be trusted and promising that he'll snake you. Another rapper in Pooh Shiesty's circle who showed a lot of potential from early on was his good friend Big 30, who repped both Chopper Gang and another gang known as KSBG or Not That Gang. Their main territory was at the New Horizon Apartments, formerly known as the King Gate Apartments, located about a 15-minute drive south from Shiesty's Cane Creek Apartments. But besides Big 30, this gang has included
Wait, is that's close to central Memphis? Really, bro?
Both unfortunately be killed as part of a huge Memphis gang war that allegedly was launched after the murder of Young Dolph, with these murders even possibly playing a role in why Shiesty has once again found himself in jail, something we'll get into in more detail later. But Shiesty and Big 30 were also close with another very popular rapper from Memphis, Big Scar, real name Alexander Woods, who repped a gang called Double R.
I have no idea who that is.
Ruthless. With Shiesty and Big Scar, their relationship went deeper than actual friendship because they were actually blood cousins.
Ain't it though? These props. They know that. Yeah, they props. I know props out here, you know. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. We ain't got a prop to crop out here. We real, we slug. Gonna die. Gonna die, and I got one in the head. 300. Them blanks. Oh God.
Bro, he needs to chill out.
I ain't talking about none of them blanks. These blanks. Hey, put one on what you say. See y'all. Roll out the edge, man. It's the beam, come. Yeah, what's going on, Chopper Gang? Yeah.
Bro, you're some losers, all of you.
While all these crews were increasingly
Holy losers.
streets would keep taking away their friends, and almost exactly 1 month before
Exactly.
friends would release their first hit, Breaking News, a beloved Double R member called 2-3, real name Kalitri Boone, was shot and killed together with his father and a third man after a fight between two groups would escalate into a shooting at the Chopper Gang's hood in the Cane Creek apartments. But despite the mounting losses that undoubtedly took a toll on Shiesty and his friends, they would stay focused on their music dreams, pushing out song after song, and a couple of years later, Shiesty and his cousin Big Scar would end up taking a surprisingly similar career trajectory, as they would both end up getting signed to the legendary Atlanta rapper Gucci Mane's 1017 record label in 2020. And that year, both of their careers would blow up to the next level as they would push out music independently as well as together, along with Gucci Mane, and all of these videos now have tens of millions of views on YouTube, while Shiesty would also drop numerous hit songs with his friend Big 30, who at this point had already signed a deal with Memphis rapper Moneybagg Yo and his Bread Gang Entertainment. However, around this time, an awkward tension began to surface between Big 30 and Gucci Mane. At one point, Big 30 would post a photo of himself with Shiesty and Gucci, captioned 375-1017, essentially meaning a link up between Chopper Gang and Gucci's 1017. But for whatever reason, Gucci Mane didn't seem to appreciate the gesture. He would jump into the comments with a surprisingly aggressive response, calling the post cap and telling Big 30 to stop posting him, insisting they had only met once. According to some rumors, this beef actually came from the fact that Gucci would have wanted to sign Big 30 but couldn't due to him already having a deal with Moneybagg Yo.
Gucci bipolar, you know what I'm saying? He probably did really want to sign 30 because, you know, he would have hit the jackpot if he would have got 30 and Shiesty, you know what I'm saying, on his team. But, you know,
Is Big 30 popular? I don't know who that is.
Him to be like, man, you bag, I'm gonna go sign the Gucci just because Gucci won't
know
be
who that is.
Years later, during a No Jumper interview, Big 30 would address the situation, downplaying it as nothing more than a misunderstanding and claiming that Gucci Mane had actually apologized and that the issue had been resolved a long time ago.
Yo, Big 30 is like massive though. What the fuck?
I think you had posted a picture of Gucci, and then Gucci was like, I met you one time or something. How did you feel when he had said that? And then what was y'all relationship like now?
I mean, as soon as I seen this, threw us out, because it was me and Shiesty the first time meeting him. So we both like hit him like, damn, what's up with this dude out? You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna talk about what we said in the message. Yeah. But long story short, Gucci was like, man, I was tripping, I'm gonna fix it. We did that done, man. He flew out to Miami, did free song, free video with him. You know what I'm saying? Apologize like a man, you know what I'm saying?
But whatever the truth may be, this will be the first time that any kind of tension could be seen between Gucci and the other young rappers from Memphis. But by and large, rap industry beefs were probably the last thing on their mind at the time, because while Pooh was skyrocketing, they would remain deeply invested in the Memphis street politics and petty local beefs. In July 2020, Shiesty was seen going back and forth with fellow Memphis rapper Big Boogie, who reps a gang called Red Rum or R4L out of North Memphis. At this point, it's hard to even pinpoint what ultimately sparked the beef between Boogie and Shiesty, but by
Isn't that murder
records? Trivial as Shiesty seeing a younger guy dissing him and Chopper Gang on social media, only to later find out that the kid was tied to Big Boogie's Red Rum crew. Meanwhile, Boogie would respond by implying that Shiesty was just creating drama because he had wanted a feature from him. However, there were also rap industry rivalry playing out in the background too, as Big Boogie was getting signed to the rapper Yo Gotti's
Big Boogie,
with the Memphis bred Yo Gotti famously having a very long friends-turned-enemy.
I've heard of Yo Gotti,
whose label that Shiesty was now repping. Moreover, the beef was likely at least in part fueled by a larger divide in the Memphis gang scene that had been simmering for years, if not decades at this point, as tensions between gangs from North Memphis and Shiesty's South Memphis would run deeper than anyone could have possibly imagined. But
is that Ukraine?
It didn't take long before Shiesty jumped on Facebook Live to go off on Boogie, warning
that that's Ukraine, bro,
and at the very least put hands on him, while adding that he had never liked the Red Rum set, implying that there were indeed deeper street-related matters behind the beef.
I can't beef. Like, listen, alright, let me clear this up though. Ain't no beef, y'all. Don't think we beefing. This a barber, y'all. This man was just cutting her in jail. Ain't no beef, but why you say something back, boy? A feature? A feature? A feature? You can't pay for a feature right now. My mom, you can't pay for one of my features, good. You can't pay for one of my features, homie. Right now. It's good. You know I ain't like you. In the street, like we ain't gonna talk about that over though. We ain't talk about nothing.
Bro, chill out.
If you want a feature, just say that. God, kill you. I shoot you in your head. About a feature. I can't wait to see him. He ain't gonna say none of that. That man ain't gonna say none of that in real life, good. That Rudolph get this 30 and bump. Call stats, but I gotta beat this. So I got to touch it. Well, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna blow your ass off, boy.
Okay, you guys speak English, please?
I gotta blow it out just for that talking. Cause why you say something back, cuz?
English, please, guys.
You boot your head up, cuz. Nah, Hank got something to say to him. He was just locked up. Hank ain't gonna do nothing. Hank don't move no more. Hank don't move, shoot, nothing no more. He just watch everything. But me, I'ma beat you, shoot you, all this. Shit ain't stirring nothing.
Boogie would soon respond, seemingly confused why Shiesty was going so
Well,
hard at him.
shit, he not wrong.
He wasn't even worried about him one bit.
Come on, man. Shiesty, bro. We ain't never had beef. We never had words and none of that. Get tapped, man. I ain't getting tapped over here, bro. I ain't getting tapped, but a keyboard.
Didn't this guy get kicked out there? Or is this a different party?
Where your beef come from, big bro? Oh, my bad. Let me fix that. Mr. Bad Guy, where your beef come from? We never had words, none of that, bro. We saw each other twice. Not even twice. Our word didn't even come up. Didn't come up. But come on now, half of my people bump you. Come on now, bro, this ain't that, bro. Hey, bro. Then, bro, I seen you go off on a lot of people. That must be your favorite word or something. I'm not finna look what he talking about.
Bro, he looks bald as shit, bro. I ain't gonna cap.
I'm gonna me, bro. I'm just gonna keep it at that, bro. Gonna me, bro. God bless you, little bro.
Is that the woo in the background?
I ain't worry about nothing with no more talking about.
But Shiesty would keep escalating the beef, even making a weed pack called Red Rum to imply that people from Boogie's Red Rum gang were about to die and that he was planning to literally smoke them. But unfortunately, this is exactly what ended up happening, because just days after the back and forth, Big Boogie's concert in North Mississippi was shot up, leaving 3 people injured and 2 dead. One of the dead victims was Boogie's friend, 19-year-old Jasmine Bradshaw, who had been on stage with him when the gunfire popped off. According to local police, the shooting was likely connected to a gang war in Memphis, and that would add a very dark undertone to something that Shiesty had said previously during that Facebook Live, where he had reminded Boogie that he had shows coming up, almost as if he was hinting that they were planning to go down there and shoot it up.
Look, how you play with the gun like that, bro? You know you done caught yourself. You got a show.
Why am I so tired?
Then look.
However, in the end, the police would end up arresting Boogie's own friend called Rude Boy, real name Sheldon Gibbs, ultimately charging him with 2 first-degree murders for the death of Jasmine and the other person. But in reality, things might have been far more complicated than that, as Boogie responded to the arrest by posting a claim that the whole situation
ABC.
was clearly not blaming his own friend for the killings. But whatever really happened, the beef between Shiesty and Boogie would soon die down, at least for a minute.
The bro just asked for Chris answers in chat.
On October the 1st, 2020, Big 30, real name Rodney Wright, was hit with felony drug charges in Brookside, Alabama, after being pulled over in the early morning hours. Cops would find $17,000 in cash, a loaded Glock 40, codeine cough syrup, and some weed in the car occupied by 30 and another man. But Big 30 wouldn't stay locked up for long, and soon after posting bail a few days later, he would mark his release the way rappers often do, dropping a celebratory music video for the track First Day
Yes,
Out,
sir.
which now has over 14 million views. While that was going on, Pooh Shiesty was also getting busy and racking up legal problems of his own. On Friday, October the 9th, 2020, he and 2 of his Chopper Gang affiliates were out in Florida, in the affluent city of Bay Harbor Islands, just outside of Miami. He was enjoying his newfound success and living that flashy rapper lifestyle that came with it. Somewhere along the way, they set up a meeting with a couple of guys, supposedly to buy some high-end sneakers and some good old kush, and apparently also settling up an extension for a McLaren that Pooh Shiesty had rented through one of those people. But true to his name, at some point Shiesty seemingly decided that he wanted to get shiesty and take whatever he wanted without paying for it. And what happened next, unfortunately for him, was caught on nearby security cameras. These would capture the parties arriving at a parking lot before Shiesty and his partners would pull out guns, initiating a chaotic shootout where the 2 men that they came to meet would end up getting shot and hospitalized before Shiesty and his crew would flee the scene. All of this on camera. Shiesty even accidentally left a Louis Vuitton bag filled with $40,000 cash on the ground during the chaos. In many ways, this incident was kind of similar to Shiesty's most recent robbery of Gucci Mane, as the entire stick-up was so poorly planned and executed that it only took a few days for Shiesty and his partners to be arrested. But in this case, the pure...
Oh yeah, they don't care. They don't care about being arrested.
Suddenly deciding to commit an armed robbery in broad daylight. To the judge, it felt like there must have been some context missing, and that doubt would ultimately be enough for Pooh Shiesty's legal team to get him a bond.
According to the arrest warrant, while the alleged victims were talking with Williams, 2 men from the other black car approached them with guns, shooting at them, and Williams allegedly pointed an assault rifle at one of them.
He's kind of a well-known guy. He's number 1 on Spotify right now. So we're to believe that he shows up to this alleged robbery scene to rob a person with his own $30,000 in cash from someone that he rented the car from.
The victims went to an urgent care on Biscayne Boulevard and later to Aventura Hospital for their gunshot wounds.
Something happened outside of the vehicle, which has nothing to do with my client.
He could face life in prison if convicted of armed robbery with a firearm, a charge that usually has no bond.
The story is laid out in the warrant, makes absolutely no sense in regards to my client.
I am okay setting a bond. I think this is missing a lot, and I don't generally set a bond in an armed robbery, but it really is nothing here showing me participated in this.
The judge set Williams' bond at $30,000.
After his release in November 2020, Shiesty's incredible run in the rap game would culminate in him releasing the hit song Back in Blood that featured Lil Durk. For Lil Durk, the song's release came at a difficult time.
Yes, sir.
This was the very day that his artist and close friend King Von ended up getting killed, with Durk seemingly finding out the news of his death while on an IG Live debuting this song. Meanwhile, after the release of that track, which today has close to 500 million views on YouTube, he would unfortunately slip back into his old street ways as well, as his beefs in the streets of Memphis would continue, this time as a direct result of the popularity of his new hit song. Because the lyrics of Back in Blood weren't just generic boasting about doing gangster stuff and robbing people, they were allegedly directly referencing real events and dissing a real rival gang that they had robbed.
Wait, I actually didn't know that.
This crew hail from North Memphis, an area known locally as Smoky City,
So
particularly
he's smoking,
on
not smoking, but I've been
Shiesty raps about someone knowing
rapping some
from them and
murder shit.
them to get it back in blood.
Damn.
He's allegedly directing that line at EBG, referencing an incident where Shiesty and other Chopper Gang members had allegedly robbed some EBG members of their guns. Members of EBG would later tell their version of events, claiming that Chopper Gang members had actually broken into a house and burgled them for some guns, even though Shiesty was making it seem like the guns had been robbed from right out of their hands directly. And they would also add that Shiesty hadn't even been
Hello, Kirashi. What's up, bro?
You stole, man. You stole and you ain't even do it. I don't run up and say you act like they robbing you home and vague, you steal. It's real, but they might ain't take nothing from us, bro. They got this twisted bad, you hear me? Like bad for real. I know playing with us like
I want to sleep at this point.
December 2020, Shiesty would post a cryptic Facebook update saying that if someone drops that song, they will die before their child is born. This would turn out to be a direct message to EBG rappers EBG Jizzle and Moo Slime, who had recorded a response to Shiesty's Back in Blood on the same beat, together with a music video. They would end up dropping that on New Year's Day before Pooh Shiesty had even had a chance to drop their video for Back in Blood. In their music video,
I'm just gonna keep trolling them, bro.
Hoodies reading CGK, which stands for Chopper Gang Killers, while Jizzle begins the chorus with some heavy lyrics, naming two Chopper Gang members who had supposedly participated in stealing the guns, Rico and Mitch, while adding that Rico had been killed while Mitch had gotten locked up. So EBG quite literally couldn't have even got Back in Blood if they tried. These lyrics would mean that the entire incident with the stolen guns had happened already some years ago, as Rico, real name Derrico Houston, had died already back in January 2019 when he was dropped off to the emergency room by two other men suffering from a fatal gunshot wound.
Memphis police say two men driving a red SUV left 20-year-old Derrico Houston outside the ER at St. Francis Hospital late Tuesday night. When doctors got him inside, they say he was already dead from a gunshot wound.
I'm trying to find out what happened to my son. He was a sweet, respectful young man, and I feel like his life was more valuable than what they thought it was worth. I just killing him and leaving him on the curb at the hospital like this.
Now, the police would later arrest none other than the Chopper Gang member Mitch, real name Mitchell Conrad, in relation to the shooting, and he would seemingly tell the police all about the incident that had led to Rico's death, claiming that it had been a sliding mission gone wrong. Pooh Shiesty, on the other hand, would later reference the incident in his 2019 song Day One, seemingly suggesting that Rico had called him 5 times before the shooting, and that even after it happened, Shiesty kept trying to call him back, unable to even come to terms with the fact that his friend was gone. So when Shiesty found out that the EBG rappers had dropped the video dissing his good friend, before he'd even had a chance to release the official song, he was seemingly furious, taking to Instagram to say it was the worst move EBG had ever made, while also adding how EBG had nothing to do with Rico's murder and that they had never done anything to them, while also adding that EBG couldn't say the same about Chopper Gang, and that he had personally taken the guns from EBG, not Rico and Mitch. Shiesty would also mention how he had already made 18 million views off of dissing EBG, and that tomorrow he would be dropping the full Back in Blood music video. And indeed, the very next day, Shiesty appeared to be forced into dropping that video, which had been filmed in Chicago with Lil Durk and featured not just the two of them, but also other major names like the Baton Rouge rapper Fredo Bang, along with several other members of Lil Durk's OTF crew, with Shiesty showing the world that he had the power of his music industry contacts and their alleged gangs behind him. Shiesty would also seemingly direct his label to copyright strike the EBG rapper's response video for using the same beat as Back in Blood, something that EBG members would explain during their interview with Street Juice TV.
Image. The rap industry is fake. Everybody, we all just, yeah. They show you, they just got our video took down. Rap industry is old.
However, Shiesty's label would seemingly eventually give up, as the video would keep getting re-uploaded multiple times, with one of these uploads still remaining online with 1.5 million views. But in the grand scheme of things, that was nothing for Shiesty, as his official video with Dirk for Back in Blood would reportedly end up gaining 50 million views in just a month, and the video today about to touch 500 million views. So by February 2021, Pooh Shiesty had become the most streamed artist in the entire United States, with his breakout hit Back in Blood bringing millions of ears to his Shiesty Season mixtape that ended up making it to the top of Billboard's top rap albums chart and Spotify's top US albums chart. Shiesty's labels, including Gucci Mane's 1017 and their parent company Atlantic Records, would have Pooh Shiesty's face plastered on billboards all over major American cities, from Atlanta to even Toronto in Canada. And the record industry as a whole was overjoyed in celebrating this self-proclaimed shooter-turned-superstar. And to celebrate all the success, Gucci Mane would even surprise Shiesty with a brand new customized Jeep Trackhawk that he would give to Shiesty while celebrating his own 41st birthday, with that gesture showing just how close Gucci Mane and Pooh Shiesty were at this point.
So look at your round. Look at your round now.
Well, I don't know. It's not really that special though. Yeah, he's probably spent the money he made off him on this car.
But as you might expect by now, even with all of that success, Shiesty himself was still knees deep in various street beefs that he just couldn't let go of. After having had their Back in Blood remix taken down numerous times, Shiesty's ops from EBG had followed up with another diss track called Rumors by EBG E-Jizzle. This would even feature a FaceTime cameo with Quando Rondo, intended as a subtle dig at Lil Durk, who had featured on Back in Blood, as Lil Durk's close friend and label mate King Von had been famously killed by a member of Quando Rondo's entourage. This was soon followed by another diss from E-Jizzle and Moo Slime called Make It Clear, dropping in late January. However, around a week later on Super Bowl weekend 2021, it would seem that all of that dissing would end up backfiring, as rumors began spreading that an EBG member had gotten shot, with Shiesty quickly taking it to social media to mock the person repeatedly for allegedly being paralyzed in the incident. Meanwhile, Big 30 would also join in on the dissing. At first, the rumors were pointing towards the EBG rapper Moo Slime, but he would quickly shut those rumors down by posting a video of himself walking around his house to show that he was perfectly fine. Next, the rumors would have people focusing on the other rapper EBG E-Jizzle, with even Pooh Shiesty himself posting how he was talking about Jizzle while adding that Moo Slime was going to be the next one. However, E-Jizzle too would quickly shut down those rumors, at least partly, as he would admit that he had indeed been shot 3 times in the arm, but he was far from being paralyzed, and also claiming that the shooting had nothing to do with their ops. Jizzle was also quick to turn the incident into a promo opportunity, as he would release yet another diss song titled Paralyzed in late February. Also continuing to taunt Shiesty on social media, this time hitting him where it really hurts, as he would make fun of Shiesty's brother T2P, who at the time was deep into a fight with brain cancer. Already in early March, local news would report how Shiesty's brother had lost a battle and passed away, with Shiesty posting a voice memo from none other than Drake, who had reached out to offer support after hearing the news.
I just want to send you my condolences, man, you know, and just let you know, like, the cycle of life is so unfair, you know, sometimes it just hits us so hard, like, money can't change that, you know, something I just went through too with one of my friends, but I just want you to know, G, like, you're doing something that a lot of people can't do, man. You're rising above and providing for your family, your friends with hard work, and you know, it's something, just know that everybody, you know, got to witness, and I'm sure they're all just proud of you, have the most love for you in their heart, you know, and that's something that I just want you to know, you know, in a tough time like this, realize, you know, what you've been able to accomplish in this short time and what you still have in front of you, and I'm just wishing you strength, you know, in these times, man, and just enjoy the love from your people.
Losing his brother was undoubtedly impacting Shiesty hard, but meanwhile he had to continue pushing his music career, as he was quickly becoming the hottest new rapper out, with his streaming numbers rising by the tens of millions every month. And already later in March, he would continue touring, as well as dropping numerous popular songs and music videos like Ugly, featuring his label boss Gucci Mane, and So Icy Boys 3 with his cousin Big Scar, Gucci, and the 1017 rapper Fujiano. But it wouldn't take long for the trouble to find Shiesty again, and already a few months later, it was time to press that self-destruct button all over again, because during Memorial Day weekend 2021, Shiesty Shiesty was performing at a strip club called King of Diamonds, located in his favorite city to crash out in, Miami, where he had previously done his infamous McLaren heist. During his show, Shiesty could be seen on stage with
Or
large
is it so
stacks of cash
stupid?
bulging out of his front pockets, with this stack apparently amounting to tens of thousands of dollars. At one point of the show, someone in the crowd would seemingly manage to get hold of some of that cash, turning the tables on Pooh Shiesty and robbing him for once, leaving a frustrated Shiesty on stage looking around and furiously scrambling trying to find the money that had been taken from him. At a certain point, security began shoving people out of the way as Shiesty and his entourage pushed through the crowd looking for the money, but in that moment, a gunshot would suddenly ring out, sending everyone scattering for safety. Following the commotion, Shiesty was captured leaving the club, surrounded by security, while visibly holding a gun and seemingly wiping the prints off of it with a napkin. Meanwhile, the fans in the crowd would slowly gather themselves, still visibly shocked about
What a
what had just taken
pussy.
place.
Maybe you shouldn't be flexing your money and leaving your money in the open.
Eventually, armed police would arrive to secure the venue as shaken patrons would gather outside in disbelief that Pooh Shiesty had just shot up his own show.
I don't know if we should move yet.
I just want to know what's going on outside.
I don't know what's going on outside, but they shot inside. Wait, why was he shooting? Oh. But my thing is, how did he have a gun in there? Who was he? Oh, that was Pooh Shiesty that started shooting?
Yeah, your hood idol.
From Pittsburgh. Oh, Pooh Shiesty. They robbed Pooh Shiesty and he started shooting. Man, I feel dumb for running now. He wasn't shooting at me.
In the immediate aftermath, Pooh Shiesty would take to social media to say that no one had taken anything from him. Sounds like Cap. Now, honestly, this was just a wild thing to focus on at a moment like this, because clearly that was about to become the least of his problem. And it kind of also indicated that, you know, maybe he might have had a motive to shoot up the club. So indeed, about a week later, Shiesty would ultimately turn himself in for the shooting. And after some legal back and forths, his bond would be denied by a judge who would reportedly state how there is not a chance that I am giving this kid a bond right now. But Shiesty's problems had only just begun, because at the end of June, the feds would sweep in fully, along with two other Chopper Gang affiliates, Bobby Brown, aka Bankroll Bobby, and Jaden DeRosa, aka Dread Montana. They would be hit with numerous charges stemming from the 2020 McLaren robbery incident, and
fucking idiot.
There would be no bond this time either.
And new at 5:30, rapper Pooh Shiesty will remain in jail. The 21-year-old rapper, whose legal name is Lontrell Williams, is being held without bond in a federal detention center. Williams is charged
Fucking idiot, bro.
of two men while buying drugs last October. The indictment charges Williams and two others with one count of conspiring to possess firearms and robbery.
Does he just like being in jail?
Shiesty had really fumbled the opportunity of a lifetime, but that wasn't all, because his arrest would also come right as the tensions in the Memphis rap scene and the streets were reaching the boiling point, and this would ultimately set the stage for what would soon erupt into one of the bloodiest wars the city of Memphis had seen in years. While Shiesty would remain locked up for the time being, the Memphis rap scene would go through some extremely turbulent times. However, still in October 2021, things had got off to a strong start for Shiesty and his friends, as his close friend and fellow rapper Big 30 secured a new deal with Moneybagg Yo's Bread Gang Entertainment, this time in partnership with Endless Entertainment and the major label Interscope Records, bringing the business partnership between Big 30 and Moneybagg Yo to lucrative new levels. But unfortunately, the very next month would usher in one of the darkest periods in the history of the Memphis rap scene, as the hometown icon, rapper Young Dolph, ended up getting gunned down in daylight inside of a
I remember
shop
this.
whilst back in the city doing charity work. Now,
This
what
is so
exactly
insane to
happened
me.
next, I've covered in very deep detail in my video Murder Memphis, how 12 people died for Dolph, but for the purposes of this video, here's just a very rough summary. Young Dolph's murder would become connected to the South Memphis gang True La Mafia, particularly their very prominent member named Justin Johnson, who was better known in the streets as the rapper Straight Drop, along with his partner in crime Cornelius Smith. While unproven theories and rumors would link Yo Gotti's brother Big Juk and the True La Mafia affiliate Hernandez Govan to the plot, alleging that Juk actually put up the money for the hit, while Govan acted as the mastermind.
I don't believe it.
The alleged motive behind the hit was ultimately a long-standing beef between the two rappers and their labels, Young Dolph and his paper route empire, aka PRE.
Okay, but wasn't he gone from this game now?
Covered in countless YouTube breakdowns, Young Dolph's death was followed by a deadly wave of violence, which was often framed as the Slide for Dolph campaign, where the growing body count was seen as a retaliation in his honor. But in reality, what followed ran far deeper than simple revenge for Young Dolph. It was years of tension finally boiling over, another, and a city completely split down the middle. As I mentioned earlier, Memphis had seen this before, when the streets were once divided along the lines of North Memphis versus South Memphis, and in a city where the rap game and the streets had become almost indistinguishable, two powerful camps begun to form, with one orbiting around Dolph's PRE and the other around Yo Gotti's CMG. On the PRE side, the main force in the
What's
streets
happening in
fighting for
Memphis,
Dolph
bro?
was Young Mob, one of the oldest and most feared gangs in the city, based
Isn't
out of
Memphis
Walker Homes in South Memphis.
the most
Later leader
dangerous
Stupid Duke,
city
also
in
known as
America?
Sneaky Duke, had spent years locked
I'm
up
like
on
pretty
serious
sure it is.
charges, including attempted murder, but had finally been released in early 2021, touching down on the streets right as tensions in the city were about to erupt following Dolph's murder. And by his side was his right-hand man, the rapper BEO Lil Penny, who had a strong personal bond with young Dolph, often crediting him in interviews for believing in him when no one else did.
This why I like the dog, bro, because even though I had pending cases going on. I had a bad rep in the street. I had hey man, don't fuck with Lil Kenny, you know what I'm saying? Hey, he gonna do something crazy. But Dolph still, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Lil Kenny, bro, you know I wanna mess with you, bro. You know I wanna bring you in, bro, you know what I'm saying? He like, bro, look, this is what we gonna do right here. Woo, 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 give me a rundown on it. And I'm like, cool, we gonna do that. And then a day or 2, 3, 4 days later, I get jammed up, you know what I'm saying, go to jail. But I just kind of respected that, even though everybody else was kind of like, man, I don't know if I want to mess with Lil Kenny. Lil Kenny got it going on. He got his buzz, he popping, he doing the music, you know what I'm saying? And he can actually do big things. But I don't just know where his mind is, you know what I'm saying? And I kind of with that he was ready to take that chance on me, meaning he believed in me somewhere, you know what I'm saying?
Dolph had also signed Young Mob connected artists like Kenny Money to PRE, making the link
Who's
between the
that?
label and the gang official. But beyond the straightforward alliance between PRE and Young Mob, the
Who are these
affiliation
people, bro? I'm not gonna lie.
far more tangled, highlighting one of the defining traits of Memphis's underworld, a web of overlapping ties that even online communities are struggling to map out. On one hand, Young Mob and PRE were closely connected to the Double R gang, repped particularly by Pooh Shiesty's cousin Big Scar, who despite being signed to Gucci Mane, also maintained a close relationship with Young Dolph and PRE. But the connections between PRE, Young Mob, and Double R ran very deep, even beyond Scar, as CEO Jizzle, another Double R rapper and a known shooter, is actually Young Dolph's blood cousin, while Kato 2 Times, also a rapper and shooter from Double R, is related to the Young Mob.
What is happening in Memphis, bro?
Big Unk, a close Double R affiliate who is signed directly to PRE. But despite these deep connections, after Dolph's death, Double R
Where's the white people at? Why are none of these guys white?
Strong ties to Pooh Shiesty's Chopper Gang and their closest affiliates, Big 30's KSBG Gang, a gang that according to later federal paperwork had turned into Young Mob's main enemy in the streets of Memphis. Now the reasons behind this rivalry are long and complicated, but one thing that definitely wasn't helping was that KSBG had grown increasingly close with Moneybagg Yo's BGE label, who had just signed both Big 30 and also his cousin and another KSBG rapper named Big Newski. But the problem with that was that Moneybagg Yo wasn't
I remember
Young
Newski.
Mob at all.
Didn't Newski get killed too?
And was once deeply tied
Or
to
is he
the gang,
not
they
dead?
had a complete fallout, with this being at least partially sparked by Moneybagg Yo collaborating with a rapper accused of killing a respected Young Mob member, something Stupid Duke would even reference in an interview before he was let out of prison.
What's really going on
Duke.
with you and Moneybagg?
Moneybagg crossed the line, you know, it's forever, he smoked for life, you know, he did a song with a dude, killed one of the homeboys, he got his face on the TV cover, all of them got his name tattooed on them, he just did some foul stuff that you can't never come back from, so, you know, he smoked, he used to be Young Mom, and he did a song with a dude to kill Young Mom, so, you know, this forever, this something ain't gonna never stop.
So was he Young Ma from the beginning?
Yeah, he was Young Mom from the beginning. He got it tatted on him. Yeah, he Young Mom. He from the neighborhood originally.
And to make matters worse, Moneybagg Yo himself had also early on aligned himself closely with Yo Gotti, Young Dolph's longtime rival, and had even signed to his CMG label. Now all of these conflicted loyalties would eventually split Double R right down the middle, with some members like Big Scar staying aligned with KSBG and Chopper Gang through his longtime friendships and even family connections with guys like Big 30 and Pooh Shiesty, while others, including CEO Jizzle and Kato 2 Times, leaned fully into their ties with Young Mob. And then, in
Profit, really?
Shortly after Pooh Shiesty would plead guilty to federal conspiracy charges stemming from the 2 shooting incidents in Miami, another murder would take place that may well have ended up playing a key role in Shiesty's fallout with Gucci Mane.
Bro, we need to stop this stupid. I think Fushais is getting at least 10 years for this.
Newski would head back to the New Horizon apartments, the main
Generally, I think you might need more.
7 p.m. that the police would respond to reports of
He doesn't
multiple
deserve a
gunshots at the
second,
apartments.
well,
Upon
third
arrival,
chance,
they
or
found
whatever. In
Newski,
my
a
opinion,
real name Kevion Bruce, in the parking
here's
lot,
the thing.
still seated in his car while suffering from fatal
He
gunshot
has
wounds.
probably tens of millions of dollars,
Now, this is not the scene.
but he still can't get. He just can't hold him back when it comes to the streets, bro.
That's right, Daryl. I am at the New Horizon River Apartments in the 3000 block
Like,
of
if I had to
Mrs.
guess, he
Mazda.
probably has like
Now, word
$20
being told is
million
that police were
net worth.
dispatched here about an hour ago after getting a call about gunshots being fired in the
Why are
area.
you out here
Now, what we
in
do
the
know
streets?
right now is
Like,
that
what are
police
you doing?
report
This
that
is stupid.
one male
And why is your
victim
dad a
was
part of it?
shot here.
You guys should have
And
been
the
out the
victim
streets
did
ages
not
ago. You guys
survive
are
his
able to
injuries.
get out the
Online,
streets.
Newski's murder was later labeled as another case of sliding for Dolph, the reason for his murder supposedly being his close relationship with one of Dolph's alleged killers, the Trula Mafia member Straight Drop, with some online detectives attempting to prove their connection, noting how both had been posed in front of the same white Corvette. Now, it was true that Newski and Straight Drop were childhood friends, like so many of the youths from South Memphis, but in reality, the reason for Newski's murder was likely far more complex and had much more to do with his affiliation with KSBG in the streets and his affiliation with Moneybagg Yo's Bread Gang Entertainment in the rap game. This made him a major enemy of the young mob. Moreover, Newski also had a reputation in the streets of Memphis as a shooter.
Like, I don't know. I really like Pusha T's music, but we just can't be doing
In
this.
fact, according to online rumors, Newski had allegedly even had at least one shootout with a young mob where he had allegedly hit Stupid Duke personally with a leg shot. Now, following Newski's death, social media would fill up with tributes, with Newski's Bread Gang label head Moneybagg Yo changing his profile picture to Newski and writing on his stories how he has got his back forever, while Pusha
How many like decent sized artists are in jail right now?
Contraband 2, which was recorded through the jail phone, was
He's
Shiesty mentioning
the high
his beloved
popular.
friends who had passed away, including OG Lump, Rico, 2-3, Trey Day, and Newski, saying how they all lived
Well, I
through
can
him,
just
but
stay
no
out
doubt
of trouble.
Newski's
I don't
pops
know.
were rejoicing. In July 2022, the young mob leader, Stupid Duke, dropped a track called He Got Hit, where he would constantly repeat the line, he got hit like I got hit, but he ain't effing breathing, with the implication seemingly being that young mob had indeed killed Newski as a get back for shooting Duke. And just in case that line wasn't clear enough, Duke would even go further, claiming his young mob shooters had been sliding through the King Gate apartments, now known as New
You
Horizon,
live
the very
stream
complex
using the
where Newski
toilet?
was
Really?
held. And this message didn't go unnoticed by the listeners, with many taking it as a literal confession to the murder. But Duke would continue dissing Newski through music, and also bringing in the Double R rapper CEO Jizzle in their April 2023 song Rewind, which was released together with a music video that starts with a very specific message from Duke, who says that if you mess with young mob, your body will be found in a car, just like Newski was.
Yeah, we can't make this shit up, man. You found dead in your car, man. Murder, no count. All type of murder, manipulation, everything. We with all this.
In his verse, Duke would also rap about someone dying on CEO Jizzle's birthday, so they threw him a party. Jizzle's birthday just happening to be January the 28th, the very day that Newski was killed. But Newski's death didn't just escalate tensions in the streets, it would also surprisingly seem to strain and ultimately fracture the relationship between Moneybagg Yo and Big 30. Their beef would eventually go highly public after Moneybagg Yo would release a diss song titled Airball in May 2024. This caused Big 30 to go all in on Moneybagg Yo on social media, claiming that he had come to KSBG for protection whilst he was being extorted by the young mob, even suggesting that Newski's death was a direct result of Moneybagg's beef with them. And to make matters worse, apparently Moneybagg Yo hadn't even shown up at Newski's funeral. This beef would eventually cause Big 30 to leave Moneybagg's Bread Gang label.
And for you putting out this project now, you're independent now, right? Is this?
No, I'm signed to Endless Entertainment.
Okay, so you are still signed.
Yeah.
See, you said you was independent. You said you wasn't signed.
No, I never told you that. You
okay. Oh no, you just not signed to Moneybagg Yo anymore.
Yeah.
How did you get out of that deal?
Man, how you pay the money, sign the contract.
Okay.
After that.
So you paid to get out of it.
Yeah, it got paid. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And a few months after Newski's murder in April 2022, Pooh Shiesty would finally be sentenced to 63 months, or 5 years and 3 months, in federal prison, bringing his rocket-like rise to the top of the rap game to a sudden halt. Meanwhile, in the streets of Memphis, the war would continue, and already the following month, Big 30's KSBG gang would experience another tragic loss, when 30-year-old Jasper Strickland, better known as KSBG rapper Cheese Dollar, was gunned down in the parking lot of a McDonald's in his hometown by two shooters, who would later turn out to be members of the young mob. At the end of 2022, Pooh Shiesty would also experience a major personal loss, as his cousin and the Double R rapper Big Scar would pass away suddenly from an accidental drug overdose.
Wait, Big
Besides
Scar
having suffered the
died?
loss of his beloved
I
cousin,
really forgot
it was
about
hard
that. Yeah,
enough as the
Big
two
Scar
had apparently
died.
not been on the best best terms at the time, something Shiesty would reveal in his Federal Contraband 2 song, there would also be another major controversy in the aftermath of Scar's death that would upset Shiesty personally, as Scar's close friend and sister would go on social media claiming that Gucci Mane had actually promised to pay for the funeral because Scar was still signed to 1017 at the time of his death. But according to the friend and sister, Gucci Mane would later back out and even demanded Scar's family to return his 1017 chains back to him. However, after this, Gucci Mane's wife, Keisha Kaur, would attempt to debunk these claims, actually posting receipts showing that Gucci had indeed paid $20,000 towards the funeral costs. But that only seemed to upset Scar's sister even more, and she would push back, saying that Gucci had only paid for a bunch of flowers while the funeral itself cost around $60,000, before adding that they were definitely planning on keeping Scar's 1017 chains.
That 10K ain't did about obituaries and flowers, boo. This ain't here with no obituaries and flowers, boo. 10K ain't. My brother was way more worth, baby. My brother worth more.
Live stream. What?
Yeah, Gucci son 10,000, and it was a somebody else on another 10, so it was 20,000 in all. And we didn't get the flowers. I don't give a what nobody say. Like the money don't even matter. You asking for the chains back. But anyway, the friend was gonna get paid for regardless. That little ass money, that's why we say he ain't help us. I'm gonna talk about that BMW posting.
What?
None of this shit. Yeah, he's son 10,000.
Scar's father, on the other hand, would later come out with a completely different opinion, actually thanking Gucci Mane and Atlantic Records for everything they had done for his son.
First of all, I got to send shouts out to Atlantic Records, man. They gave my son a big boy chance. Gucci, I got to send shouts out to Gucci too, y'all. Y'all might not like it, but I got to give my boy what he did, man. He gave my son a major chance, man. You know, I can't let y'all throw dude under the bus like that. Come on now. The truth is the truth, man. The truth is the truth. I gave nobody permission to do that. I'm the one ain't looking for nothing. I just want what rightfully belongs to my son. I ain't asking for nothing else. I don't want nothing else.
Now, it's hard to know exactly what Pooh Shiesty thought about all of this drama at the time between his cousin and the boss of his label, but what became clear in the aftermath of Scar's death was that he had been one of the only remaining links between the RR, KSBG, and Chopper Gang's alliance. So now, with Scar gone, it seemed like the remaining RR members, led by rappers like CEO Jizzle and Kato 2 Times, would position themselves entirely on Young
What
Boy's
just
side.
happened?
This is yet another matter where Gucci Mane comes up too, because as the 1017 label's website still shows, Kato was actually signed to Gucci Mane's label at the time of all of this going down, with this likely being something that Pooh Shiesty wasn't very happy about from behind bars, especially considering what happened next. Because already a few months later, in February 2023, KSBG would lose yet another member to the streets.
Bro, come on, man. What is this?
Laporian Smith, aka
15 though?
would end up being shot and killed in South Memphis by an unknown assailant.
Why are you in the gang shit at 15, bro? What is wrong with this generation?
Shooting, the killer was moving with purpose, as if he knew the exact target he was looking for. And this is where things would get particularly tricky, because
At 15, I was spam grinding in Fortnite.
mob-affiliated RR rappers
like 15 hours plus per day.
With CEO Jizzle and Kato 2 Times dropping a song titled Step Brothers 2 only a few months later, where Kato rapped in the chorus how he drops another song every time an op dies, while Jizzle would mention in his verse how his ops can't even afford a tombstone and that he will chase his ops to their homes. These lyrics seem to fit Jizzle Splat's murder to a T, and there would be a public funeral fund started for him after his death, with it being confirmed that he was indeed seemingly killed in front of his home. Jizzle would also mention how his op had lived a short life, a very sad reference to the fact that Splat was only 15 when he was killed. Perhaps as a response to all the KSBG members getting
Damn, this guy's a big homie.
and Chopper Gang would seemingly decide to start a new clique or alliance around this time, naming it CMO, or Certified Members Only, with Big 30 seemingly framing this alliance as something like a Memphis version of the infamous O-Block Get Back Gang, as he would also begin to rep a new set of letters, PS4N, that apparently stood for Punish Fanuski. Others would also seemingly confirm on social media that CMO was indeed primarily KSBG and CGE members, aka the Chopper Gang Alliance, but it also included members from other gangs, including somewhat surprisingly also seemingly some North Memphis-based gangs like Fam.
What did that message say, brother? That was not English at all.
CMG label, while also
Should I read that out loud? Yeah. It's KSBJN CGE that what equal CMO. Can't forget family them out the bay FS. and I'm from that trade tree, but in the bay it's us. I stamped that. What? You see, bro, this is really bad, bro. This is really sad. Oh my, what did I just read?
Included members from other gangs, including somewhat surprisingly also seemingly some North Memphis-based gangs like Fam Mob and the Fast Cash Boys, who have had close ties with Yo Gotti's CMG label while also having their own beef with Young Mob that goes years back. Meanwhile, in early July 2023, Young Mob would get a major reinforcement as one of the gang's alleged founders, BEO Lil Kenny, was released from prison after being gone for over 4
Wait,
years.
so
He would
is
apparently hit
making
the ground
shorter
running, and picking up
sentences
the rap career that he
actually
had started
caused
before his
by
prison stint, with Kenny dropping a track and
people
music video titled
like
First Day Out,
gang
which would end up
people and
going
shit?
semi-viral,
Because
now
they
having
be
over 2
talking like
million
this.
views on
I didn't
YouTube.
even know that.
Kenny's rap
Like,
career now gaining some serious
and they did
momentum,
so
and soon getting a
unironically.
major co-sign, as he would release a song with none other than Pooh Shiesty's label head, Gucci Mane, who would hop on Kenny's track titled Too Much, even shooting a music video with Kenny in Walker Homes, surrounded by numerous Young Mob members, including the alleged leader, Stupid Duke, while Gucci would even give the entire Young Mob a shout-out in his verse. So, given the war that was raging on between the Young Mob and the newly formed CMO alliance, it's safe to assume that neither Big 30 or Pooh Shiesty were feeling Gucci Mane pulling up and collaborating with the ops. But then, things were about to get even worse, because already the following month, on the 26th of October 2023, yet another prominent KSBG member,
That's a
killed,
really bad
as
quiz,
28-year-old
guys.
Cortez Wallace, aka Big Grape, was shot at a gas station in the Whitehaven neighborhood. Years later, paperwork was posted online from an alleged federal investigation against the Young Mob, which alleged that an informant had told an investigator on the 27th of October 2023 about a homicide that a Young Mob member called Mitch had allegedly committed recently. The timing of this matched eerily closely with the murder of Big Grape that had taken place just the previous day. But at the bottom of the document, there would be the most explosive part, as the informant would tell how Mitch was attempting to rent a car so that he could drive to Nashville to receive a payment for the homicide from none other than Kenny, meaning that the person who Gucci Mane had just done a feature with would allegedly the following month pay for a murder targeting one of Big 30 and Pooh Shiesty's friends. But this time, the get back against Young Mob would allegedly happen in record speed, and already later the same day that Big Grape had been killed, popular Young Mob rapper Big Motor was also gunned down in a drive-by shooting where another car would
Autoroutes.
pull up
There's
next to
no
Motor's
way
car in
anyone in
traffic,
here
setting
has
their side mirror on
autoroutes.
fire, causing Motor to crash.
Fans and friends say
I
Big Motor's
highly doubt
music
that.
was making a name for the artist in the hip-hop community, and they call what happened to him yet another tragic shooting involving a Memphis rapper.
Ain't nothing I can say bad about him, you know, but in this city, man, you get some type of shine on you, man, they gonna hate on you, and somebody gonna come at you some kind of way, one way or another.
Right now, police are still trying to figure out what led up to the shooting and find the person responsible, as neighbors remain on alert.
Then finally, in July 2024, Young Mob's campaign of terror would at least come to a temporary end, as the feds would announce that they had indicted 15 people on drug trafficking and firearm charges. The original indictment named 8 alleged Young Mob members and affiliates, including also Stupid Duke, aka Brian Lackland, but notably BEO Lil Kenny would be absent from the list. And 1 year later, in July 2025, the feds would announce that they were charging Stupid Duke and the 7 other Young Mob members with a RICO.
Bro, his name is Stupid Duke, bro. Yeah, he's definitely stupid, bro. He's definitely, you may even say retarded.
Casually having a phone call with one of his hitters who told Duke that members of Pooh Shiesty's chopper gang were hanging out on a street corner. Essentially, he was asking Duke's permission to slide on them, to which Duke appeared to agree, causing the police to send officers to the location before anything could happen. This pretty much showed that for Young Mob, members from the KSBG and chopper gang were essentially one and the same, and it didn't matter which set the victim came from, they just wanted to catch anyone. And on Reddit, people would also point out how Double R...
This is so sad, like, how have we gotten to this point? First, people in this generation is just like this. This isn't this generation, obviously. This is a long time running. But there's so many ways to make money in this world.
2025, the day would finally come when Pooh Shiesty was released from federal prison.
Well,
being locked up for about 4
are they
years,
even making any money from this stuff? They're just killing others. They're not even earning any money.
But in December, he would come out with a banger, releasing the song and music video for the track FDO, or First Day Out, another certified hit where Pooh Shiesty sounded like he was back like he never left. The track would be bar after bar of pure confidence, bravado, and braggery, with him opening the track by seemingly addressing anyone who had doubted his ability to climb right back to the top of the rap game. It also didn't take long for Pooh Shiesty to start dropping bars that sounded rather self-incriminatory, as he would rap how he hasn't shot anyone in like 4 years, which actually matches up the timeline from the strip club shooting, and then adding how he hasn't sent a hit in 3 years, the implication that he had actually sent at least one hit from within the prison walls. But the only question being, was he referring to a hit inside or outside of the prison? He would also take the moment to remind fans that nobody is as shiesty and as slimy as him, echoing Lil Durk's line from their hit song Back in Blood, where Durk had seemingly tried to claim the title of the most shiesty from Pooh. Pooh would also acknowledge the war that had been going on in his hometown while he'd been away.
His name is Pooh.
It from the sidelines had driven him crazy, before delivering the song's perhaps most iconic line, which would later end up being very ironic after the events that unfolded after, as Pooh would rap how he's unfortunately both the CEO and the top shooter for his gang, meaning that he can't just focus on music and making money through music. Even at this point in his career, he still sees himself as carrying the responsibility of putting points on the scoreboard in the gang war, perhaps even implying that the KSBG and Chopper Gang side actually genuinely needed his sliding skills during the war while he was locked up. This would be followed by another very telling bar, as Pooh Shiesty would shout out none other than Yo Gotti, this being a kind of subtle diss that threw shade in multiple directions, in a way kind of putting down Young Dolph's
No, I thought that was a recom. I don't know why.
streets of Memphis, Young Mob pretty much
I really want to go to bed. Like, I made myself so tired with that.
Long beef with Yo Gotti too, so for his artist to be shouting out Yo Gotti on the track kind of shows that he's not respecting his OG. Shiesty would also drop a line that almost foreshadows his downfall that was soon to come, rapping about signing his deal and getting locked up soon after, suggesting that he never even got the chance to see if the deal with Gucci actually benefited him. There were also numerous instances of Shiesty rapping about prison and using the associated slang, showing just how institutionalized he still was at this point, with one lyric making some people a little bit confused because it kind of sounded like Shiesty was just randomly dissing Lil Wayne, as he would rap how he has guys in the feds smoking Lil Wayne. However, in reality, this was actually a play on words, because Lil Wayne's nickname is Tunchi, and apparently in prison, smoking Tunchi refers to smoking K2 or Spice, the so-called synthetic marijuana. Interestingly though, a few months after the release of Pooh Shiesty's FDO, none other than the Young Mob rapper Lil Kenny would end up releasing a new song of his own titled Meep Meep, where he would seemingly reference these lyrics and using it as an opportunity to diss Pooh's fallen member Big Nooski, with this seemingly showing that even though Shiesty was out, the Young Mob was still coming after him and the Chopper Gang, also implying that Stupid Duke, who was indeed still in the feds, might well have had something to do with Nooski's murder. Now, it had taken a few months for Shiesty to drop his first song after getting out of the feds, likely in part because of the enormous pressure that comes after a rapper gets released from prison these days, because fans are pretty much just constantly calling the rapper washed if he doesn't come back with a multi-million view hit immediately. But Pooh Shiesty definitely didn't have that problem, and even after the long wait, as soon as FDO was released, it went absolutely crazy. It hit #1 on Billboard's Hot R&B Hip Hop Songs charts, and the music video today has now over 50 million views on YouTube. This was pretty much the best outcome Shiesty could have possibly hoped for his fresh home song. It showed that even after all of these years being away, he was still respected in the rap game, and he was able to pick up right where he left off at the very top of the industry. But the problem was that just as Shiesty himself had mentioned in the song, he barely had the time to realize just how popular he was, and the deal that he had signed with Gucci Mane was probably done during a time when Shiesty's career wasn't looking as bright as it was in 2025. But let's not forget, he actually signed his deal before Back in Blood had even released. Now, of course, we don't know the specifics of his deal with Gucci Mane, but it's safe to assume
it has
that
to be a
just on the
terrible
play,
deal.
it likely wasn't a deal that one of the most top 5 popular rappers out right now would be deserving of. But even beyond issues with money, whether or not Gucci Mane had realized it, he had actually done some major acts of disrespect towards Shiesty and his friends like Big 30, because releasing a song with BEO Lil Kenny while Young Mob were openly claiming the murder of Big 30's cousin Nooski was just straight unforgivable disrespect, and that wasn't all. Gucci signing the RR rapper KO 2 times while he was still in the middle of a war against KSBG and Chopper Gang, as well as openly rapping about murders of KSBG members in his songs, would be yet another unforgivable stroke of disrespect from Gucci Mane to Pooh Shiesty that he probably never would have been able to recover from. And so coming into 2026, it seems like all of these issues playing out in the background ultimately culminated into perhaps the biggest and baddest crash out of Pooh Shiesty's entire career.
It's really bad. Like, it's super stupid.
On the 10th of January 2026, Gucci Mane and his team flew to Dallas to meet with Pooh Shiesty and his camp to discuss Shiesty's contract with Gucci's 1017 label. According to a later
That's so stupid.
Shiesty at this point was unhappy with the terms of his deal, but to be fair, the document doesn't specify the source of this claim, which would suggest that it likely came from someone closely involved in the negotiations that actually led up to the meeting. But anywho, Gucci and his crew arrived at the studio around 1:45 PM, but found out it was still closed, so they would leave to buy some alcohol. About an hour later, at 2:00
Don't be alcohol. I never heard it in my life though, but
the studio owner attempting to book a session for Shiesty and Big 30, and soon after, around 3:15 PM, Gucci and his team were finally let inside the studio. Just minutes later, surveillance cameras caught Shiesty's father outside the building, pacing around on his phone. And a couple of minutes later, at around 3:39 PM, a studio employee arrived and saw Shiesty Sr. and Jr. at the back door of the building, engaged in what appeared to be a heated argument on the phone. Shortly after this, surveillance cameras captured Shiesty, his father, and his entourage entering the studio. Their entourage included Rodney Wright, aka Big 30, Corday Johnson, aka Baby Slime, Kadarius Waters, aka KD, and Terrence Rogers, aka CMO Damn Fool, DeMarcus Glover, aka CMO Twin, and Darian McDaniel, aka Glizzy, while the last of them, Demarion Gibson, aka Mookie Rowe, would briefly return to a vehicle before coming back carrying a bag slung over his shoulder, this bag likely holding a bunch of guns that this crew of gangsters would later make use of. Inside the studio, Gucci and his crew were watching a football game with one security guard positioned
Es
inside with
ist
them, while another
no
remained in the car
idea.
monitoring the studio from outside. Shortly after arriving, Shiesty took a phone call seemingly with his parole officer, telling them that he thought that his caseworker had approved for him to be outside for rec time. However, according to the victims, Shiesty was told that that wasn't the case, and he would need to return to his house arrest address immediately. It would be around this moment that the victims noticed he was wearing an ankle monitor, indicating that he was indeed on house arrest while this was going on, with Gucci allegedly suggesting that they reschedule the session for a time when it would be approved. But instead, Pooh Shiesty asked to speak with Gucci privately in the recording room, which Gucci actually agreed to, proceeding to enter the room with Shiesty, his father, and Big 30, while the rest of the people remained outside in the control room, continuing to watch the football game. Inside the recording room, Pooh Shiesty would allegedly produce paperwork apparently intended to release him from his contract with Gucci's label before telling Gucci to sign it. But unsurprisingly, Gucci said no. This allegedly agitated Shiesty as tensions fully escalated, with one member of Gucci's team watching the situation unfold through the glass window between the recording and the control rooms. At one point, they realized that things were starting to go left, and they texted one of the guards in the lobby. Meanwhile, as things kept escalating inside the recording room, Shiesty would tell Big 30 to go get his bag, and after he returned, Shiesty would allegedly proceed to pull out a Draco-style gun from the bag, pointing it straight at Gucci, demanding that he signed the label release. Later on, this incident had fans clowning the irony, pointing out that Pooh Shiesty had just rapped about this exact kind of situation on the FDO song. And it seems that at this point, Gucci realized that this was a full-on crash out in motion, and that he was fully outnumbered and outgunned. He would proceed to sign the papers, seemingly being the only one in this exchange who understood that this was in fact real life and not a Tarantino movie. The masterful plan would continue with Big 30 allegedly pulling out a phone in order to film this crime, apparently recording Gucci signing the document while also directing him to say how he had released Shiesty from his contractual obligations. Now, the absurdity of this situation became even more clear as Shiesty then allegedly proceeded to tell Gucci to hand over his cash, his watch, and even his earrings and wedding ring. And after this, Shiesty would turn out to the other mastermind crash out in the room, the sensei who had seemingly taught him everything about being a brain-dead Shiesty crash out, Pooh Shiesty Sr., with him presenting this paperwork signed under duress and asking if everything looked like it was in order, to which Sr. would that the date was still needed next to the signature to make the paperwork bulletproof. Following the successful signing ceremony, Shiesty and the others would exit the recording room, and that's when his entourage seemingly decided that it was now their turn to get paid too, as they all produced guns and begun demanding expensive items from Gucci's crew. During the stick-up, one of Shiesty's goons, Glizzy, aka Glizzy375, would allegedly repeatedly threaten to shoot one of Gucci's crew members, this allegedly being a person named Brandon Putnam, aka BPEA, aka BP, who is apparently a private chef and longtime friend of Gucci's, who seemingly acted even as his best man during his wedding with Keisha Kaur. Thankfully, Pooh Shiesty, as the brains of this operation, he would then tell Glizzy to chill, and there was really no need to escalate the situation more. But apparently, seemingly mad that he couldn't add an easy hat to his catalogue, Glizzy, or one of the other masterminds from Shiesty's entourage, would then proceed to choke another one of Gucci's associates to the point of almost passing out unconscious. That victim was allegedly Gucci's photographer, Matthew Marshall, and he would end up being robbed of a Rolex watch, a Louis Vuitton bag that contained multiple other high-value watches, as well as his Apple AirPods and his wallet. Now, this is done for so many reasons, but like AirPods got a tracker in it. You guys just... Now, the cherry on top of all this was the fact that most of these items were actually equipped with Apple AirTags, making it easy for anyone to trace where exactly they were taken. So as the altercation inside the room escalated, some of Gucci's crew even attempted to leave, but their way was blocked by Big 30, whose role in this heist seemed to be reduced to simply acting as a human barricade to the door so no one could get out. Now at this point,
Big 30
would attempt to enter the room guarded by Big 30, managing to only partially open the door, quickly realizing that they were outnumbered and outgunned. One of Gucci's crew members then reportedly saw Gucci being pushed onto a couch in the control room, leading the victims to believe they were about to be executed. But instead, Shiesty placed a gun to BP's head and ordered both him and Gucci to leave through the west exit, instructing Gucci's security to escort them to their vehicle. Around 4:48 p.m, just about an hour after arriving at the studio, Shiesty and his entourage would then get out of the studio through the east exit, with security cameras outside the building capturing their vehicles used in the escape. Following this incident, it would only take about a week before rumors about it happening began surfacing surfacing online in great detail, showing that the information likely came directly from someone who had been present. There would even be leaks of supposed security camera footage showing Gucci being held by a man wearing a ski mask, but it seems pretty obvious that that was just AI. However, it seems that originally most people thought these were just rumors and just a bunch of lies, with Gucci himself briefly trying to finesse these claims that his wedding ring had been stolen by posting a picture of himself, apparently taken before the robbery, where it was visible. Now, at the time, Adam22 from No Jumper would say during a podcast with Wack 100 that he had heard this rumor from multiple Memphis insiders, with both Wack and Adam agreeing that it would be incredibly idiotic for Shiesty to try and pull something like this just after getting out of federal prison and on an ankle monitor, while also questioning which side would even have the motive to put this rumor out there in the first place.
There's crazy rumors going on in the streets.
About what?
And I feel like people are scared to
Oh,
report on this. It's starting to really trickle out.
Don't go there.
Pooh Shiesty and Gucci Mane.
Oh yeah, he signed Pooh Shiesty before
Yes.
5-6 years ago.
Okay. Now, I don't want to tell you what I'm about to tell you, but I've had multiple Memphis insiders tap in with me, not Stan G.
You ain't had no multiple fucking go man.
I have. And
this
I don't need that either, because a lot of other people have been tapping in about it. But the story that's going around that everybody's scared to report on, and this is just a rumor, is that basically Pooh Shiesty and Choppa Gang ran down on Gucci Mane, relieved him of some of his possessions, and basically forced him to sign a contract.